Yeah, so we are officially going to start our meeting. I'm going to call it to order. We do have a quorum present. I'm going to ask that you all stand and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, guys, I'm now going to ask everybody to join me in reciting our mission and then our vision. The mission of the Nampa School District is to ensure high levels of achievement for every student. The vision: every student is fully engaged in extraordinary learning experiences, preparing for a successful transition to the next stage of life. All right, with that, I will go ahead and entertain a motion to approve our agenda this evening. So moved. Okay, seconded. Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor? Aye. All right, we're going to move right on, and we're going to move into the commenting section of our evening. If I have anybody here tonight that's a first timer who plans to make comments, they can be on anything, and that will be in the public portion, the public comment portion tonight. I just want to make sure that you've signed up. The sign-up sheets are in the hall. They'll be brought to us by our clerk. All right, and with that, we will welcome up Mr. Coffey. Hello, sir.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you or to you. I'm here to talk about the 4-day. So I think I mentioned some comments to you earlier, but it wasn't on your agenda. My understanding is on the agenda today as an action item. As I mentioned before, the association sent out a survey to its members. Overwhelmingly, teachers and certified staff who are members support the move to a 4-day week. With that said, nobody thinks that it's, like a magical sort of event. No schedule is perfect. There's challenges to any kind of schedule that you might have. It's a big change, and our district is undergoing all sorts of changes, but this is a big change for sure for everybody in ways that will touch the community and maybe ways that, like going to a trimester, wouldn't. But to me, the world has changed. The iPhone came out in 2009, so 15 years ago, and it has changed the world. It has changed our attention spans. It has changed the way we engage with the world. Everything is more visual now. But I can tell you that in high school, it's still about reading and writing and doing math. And those skills really are learned in elementary school. And I think that's where the biggest gain from going to the 4-day week is going to be seen, where you have those work days on at least some of those Fridays. Elementary teachers have been asked to do more and more and more and more and more every year for the past decade at least. Testing, collaboration, planning, more testing. There's no more time in the day. So they're asked to do all of that while they have a full class load, sometimes a very full class load, while they have fewer supports in terms of classified staff over the years. And so I think you're going to see real gains at the elementary level when those teachers are given time to collaborate, time to look at the data, time to plan their lessons, time to look at the work product without having 20 to 30 kids that they're trying to manage at the same time. At the high school level, remains to be seen how that goes, though I think an extra day of sleep is going to be meaningful for students. Hopefully they use it. A day to work is going to be very meaningful for many, many, many of our students here in Nampa. My hope is that the community adjusts to that change, and the experience of other communities in the state has been positive based on what I've seen. And I am hopeful that that will also be the case here in Nampa. And it will take some time. Mr. Yarbrough sent an email to the staff a couple of weeks ago where he talked about iterations and using that kind of design thinking principle. We're going to have to iterate this because there's lots of details to work out. From my position, I am much more hopeful and even excited about the idea of iterating together towards something that is new, that is designed to make an improvement rather than trying to iterate what already exists. Working together to fashion a new system, a new structure for us is much more hopeful and I think positive rather than trying to iterate, just cramming more stuff into the current system. So I think that even just the process will benefit from working together to figure out how do we make this work together. those are my comments. Happy to answer any questions.
Great, and there could be some. Trustees, do we have any questions for Mr. Coffey?
How many members are in the association?
Yes, that is a closely guarded secret. I'm only half joking. So our membership is not something that we generally share. I can't say that we're below 50%. If we were above 50%, we wouldn't have to do the blue cards, although we agreed to do that anyway. And so I can tell you that with 50% is what we're striving for and is within our target. So we're close to approaching 50%, but not quite. And that's all certified. So nurses, SLPs, all the certified positions.
And I did know the answer to that. I just was hoping that maybe I'd catch you on an off day.
Keep trying. You never know. Keep trying.
Trustee Benz.
I do have a question. I'm curious if the membership provided any feedback as to what they would like those work days to look like, what would be beneficial for them in terms of planning time, collaboration time. Did they provide any feedback?
So our survey didn't necessarily address that level of detail. I can tell you that Fridays was the preferred day there, and some people were very strong about the idea that Monday is actually a better day, but the vast majority preferred Friday. To me, this is, having this conversation in the middle of April is a real challenge. These kinds of details are going to have to be worked out, in the future. But the conversations that I've had with Dr. Russell and Mr. Yarborough have talked about the new HRS language of directed and non-directed time. And so I think that staff are encouraged by that idea of being able to find that balance and that blend of directed and non-directed time. And that's going to be different depending on what building you're in. Mm-hmm. Because if you're in a FACE program versus you just have kind of a regular fifth grade, it's a different world. And so having the flexibility to find that blend of that balance at every school, I think, is going to be the key. So what works at Endeavor might not work at Sherman.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. My question would have been similar to Trustee Ben's. I have noticed that you're copying on a lot of our faculty communication, whether it be classified or certified. So I think that that's good. So it seems like you are in the know. I would just have questions around the robust conversations that you guys are having. But I think what you're saying is that there'll just be nuances. And I would agree, different little things that have to be worked out building to building. Were there any conversations on length of day with teachers for you? Has that come up on those 4 days with it being like longer student facing? Have there been conversations around length of the day for a 4-day? That's just my question to you.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And so some of these things, are not little things, they're big things. For instance, how long is a day? What does a day even mean? Our current contract, calls for an 8-hour workday, which is of course a standard, in our society, mm-hmm. In general. I mean, obviously there's, 410s and things like that are common, if not popular. So, but that's something that has to be negotiated.
Mm-hmm.
How
but
long
these are things that you guys are having conversations around, knowing that these will be the pieces that have to be discussed.
I mean, it's all theoretical at this point,
yeah.
Because until you guys actually make the call, and we have lots of things to talk about and have conversations about. And so hypotheticals aren't always exciting. So
yeah,
quite honestly, we're waiting. We've been waiting. And I don't mean to cry about it, but I mean, it is very difficult to get a decision like this in the middle of April. I know you've had lots of other decisions to make.
We have.
So I'm not trying to criticize, but the reality is we haven't had what I would say meaningful conversations because it's all theoretical and hypothetical.
Right. So the survey was just pretty broad on would we preference this, but not a lot of meat in the conversation.
For sure, because the lots of too many unknowns, and even the survey was explicit that you have to do that work for yourself. In terms of which day is it going to be, how long is the day going to be? I mean, there's an implication that the day would have to be longer, but how much longer? 15 minutes, an hour and 15 minutes. So all of that was left.
Got it.
In the ether. What the survey really said was, do you want us to support publicly the move to a 4-day?
That was killer. That's what I wanted to know. Okay. Thank you so much,
That's
Mr.
what
Coffey.
we asked.
Thank you.
The overwhelming response was yes.
Yeah.
Got it.
Chair Taylor, just to follow up quick, you mentioned that the majority of the staff that you've talked to or responded would prefer Friday. My question is why? It seems like the Monday, if this were to move to a 4-day, that the Monday would be the day to prepare for the rest of the week rather than on a Friday, then the weekend, and then come back on Monday. That's just coming from a lay person who's not teaching in the classroom, but why the preference for a Friday?
I mean, the answer to that is probably as varied as the people that you would ask, but I assume the idea is that our weekend, is Saturday and Sunday. And so, Friday at 5 is the beginning of the weekend. So let's start the weekend a day earlier. And so then the Friday would be the natural day.
So basically it would be a longer weekend is what the preference would be for a Friday?
On those days that we don't have a
Right.
work day, yes.
Right. Okay.
Yes, have I had explicit, did we do a survey about that?
No, totally
But I
understand.
think that's the general idea, is that we're shortening the work week, extending the weekend. Weekend starts on Friday.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Trustee Benz.
A follow-up on that, on something else that you mentioned. You said that the majority of respondents said Friday, but the people who were Monday were very passionately Monday. Did they explain why?
Doctor's appointments. So those people are people that have children of their own, of the age where you're scheduling various doctor's appointments, orthodontists, things like that. And trying to get appointments like that on Fridays is difficult because dentists, orthodontists, and doctors, they take Fridays off. And so that was the idea, is that you would be off season, if you will, to have that flexibility would be better for them. If you don't have, doctor's appointments to make of your own or kids at home to worry about that, then I think that's why the Friday is like that, the more natural day, if you will.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions, trustees? Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Coffey.
Thank you.
All right, guys. It is now time for trustee comments. Do I have any trustee comments that we want to make now? I do have some, but I'll reserve them for our items later.
I got a few,
Okay, please.
5 bullet points actually.
Oh,
So a couple of things. I did attend the city council meeting last night in Nampa because the Columbia dance team was recognized by the mayor and city council for their accomplishments throughout the year. And so it was cool to see those girls
cool.
there and get that recognition. I also had a full disclosure and probably will revert back to this a little bit later in the meeting, but I did sit down and had a pretty informative meeting with Mayor Debbie Kling about some things surrounding both the city and the district and where those two will meet. I was able to go to Iowa Elementary. It was kind of a drop in, and I hate doing that, but I had the time, and so I dropped into Iowa and was able to view and kind of look at the new locking system in that building. And I think for the most part, I like the new locks and the new system. I think there's some bugs to work out, and Superintendent Russell and I have talked about that, and Chair Taylor and I am confident that those will be worked out. I am very cautious and try to be very keep my real world, my real day job separate from what I do on the board. However, today those two worlds collided. Tyler, if you could put those pictures up, I want to show you these because this just happened earlier, probably about three hours ago at Snake River Elementary. So I work for the Department of Corrections, and in one hat that I wear in that role is I oversee our veteran services with those individuals that are incarcerated. And we are one of the few, if not the only one in the country that has an active American Legion post inside of a prison, which is really cool because we have a lot of residents there that like to do community service projects and things like that for a lot of the communities around the state. This is one of them. We have residents out there that get donations from, and I'm gonna have to pull this up. I apologize. I never have my phone out, but I wrote their names down. Larita Larita Shandorf is with the Nampa Bicycle Project, and she gets donations from around the community, and she takes them out to the prison and drops them off. And then the veterans out there will put these bikes together. And then when they're done and they're ready to go out, they bring them out back to Nampa and deliver these bikes to elementary schools for the kids to use. They did this right before Christmas at Central Elementary, and they just dropped off 35 of these bikes here at Snake River to be raffled off, given to kids at their carnival that's coming up on the 25th. I like to say that I assisted, but I just stood around and took pictures. That's all I did. This is Mark Person in the trailer, who is the vice commander of the District 3 of the American Legion here in Idaho, along with one of his volunteers from Post 39 in Middleton. And this is Larita Shandorf also. Elia Lopez received all these bikes, and we stuffed them into the resource center or the resource room out there in Iowa, and just excited. The kids were walking by and they were looking in there, looking at the bikes, and they were pointing to the ones that they wanted. You know, it was really cool. So sometimes my worlds collide, and this is one of those really cool ways that my world does collide, and to really see the efforts that are given back to the community from folks that you probably wouldn't think would be in a position to do so. We've asked Elia to maybe get some thank you notes from the students there anonymously, and make this and close that full circle loop and take those back out to the prison and invite the Elia and some other people to come out there and give those to the residents so they can see that what their efforts are doing actually is making a difference in the community. So it was a cool thing. And thank you, Tyler. At the last minute, I sent these pictures to him to put up there. So the other thing that we talked about really briefly at Snake River with Elia was, and this may or may not be the time, I'm going to throw it out there anyways, Mr. Stauffer, was the resource center will be moving over to Endeavor. And one of the concerns was an exterior entrance to the resource center in Endeavor. And I said, well, how hard would it be to cut in an exterior door and have the community be able to access it that way? So I don't know if you want to put that on your list, but maybe something that we can maybe think about. But anyways, it was a great day. It was fantastic to see those bikes delivered, and that's all I got.
I just to follow that, I was able to see the lock system at Lake Ridge, and I also echo exactly what Trustee Kirkman said as far as the idea and the implementation, just so that we all know which schools were visited this last week. Yeah. Okay, great. Trustees, anything else? Okay, at this time, we're going to take public comment because we have some new people here. I'm just going to reiterate, if you plan to speak tonight, I just need you to go sign up in the hallway. Our clerk is grabbing those sheets right now, and we'll just go in order of how your name is listed. Okay, so I have two people signed up to speak this evening. The first one is Jeffrey Lee. If you want to go ahead and take the podium. So how this works, Mr. Lee, is you are going to state your name and zone or address, whichever one is comfortable for you. And then that 3 minutes that you see right here will start to tick as soon as you give us your information. Okay. And then you'll have 3 minutes to present. And then after that time, once that 3 minutes is over, that'll be the conclusion of your time and you'll just take your seat.
Thank you.
Great.
Jeffrey Lee. I 439 Owyhee Avenue here in Nampa. I'm talking about the 4-day school week. I love the process that you went through for the zone redistricting. I'm a business analyst by profession, so I love that. Like those meetings, that is my bread and butter. So I understood exactly what the group you brought in, what they did. I'd love to see that with the 4-day school week. Just that community awareness, bringing the community, the due diligence, the making it transparent, the decisions you're making, getting feedback. help make sure that the right decision's being made, that everyone's comfortable with it. And make sure that we're not adding burdens to students. We're easing burdens on teachers, and that everyone's comfortable with that. That being said, I don't think we are there yet to make that decision. I think that if that due diligence has been done, it's not in the community eye as much as the redistricting was done. So I just checked my time. Okay.
You're doing great.
Thank you. And so there's still details that need to be worked out. There's conversation to be done. If we say, let's go ahead and do it, and we're going to do it 2024, 25, that puts a time limit. If we're not ready by then and we're not prepared to like back out, it's a legislative action that can be hard to back up and say, hey, we're not quite ready yet. We don't have those details worked out. Sometimes you have to go through and work through those hard points you're not ready for, and it can make the situation, if not worse, it can feel worse with this pie in your face. So I'd encourage a little bit more, not diligence, a little more working through it to make sure that it's the right fit for what you're trying to accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. All right, we have one more person to speak, Amy Barbieri.
You don't get to reclaim the time that you left on the clock.
No, I'm gonna be quick.
I feel like you know the drill,
I
but
do.
for the record, if you could state your name and your zone and then your 3 minutes.
Amy Barbieri, Zone 4. Okay, so the decision that will be made tonight will not affect me and my family. So I am really here on behalf of the Nampa community, the majority of the community as a whole. Moving to a 4-day school week. The demographic and the majority of the Nampa families are dual income parents. I know that the school is not a daycare, but they do rely on their kids being in school 5 days a week because most parents work Monday through Friday. Childcare, many Nampa families don't have the financial means to provide childcare for their children. We have limited resources here in Nampa. For example, the Boys and Girls Club is already at max capacity, and the rec center costs money that many families may not be able to afford. Breakfast and lunch. The majority of students rely on these meals for nutrition. School hours. The days are already long enough, especially in elementary school. I can't imagine them having to go to school until after 4 o'clock. And that leads into the bus schedules. What time are they going to be getting off the bus? Have you thought about kids not getting home until after dark and walking home in the dark? Especially in the winter months, it gets dark out pretty early. And so already now I'm sure in those winter months, there's a little bit of a problem, but it's going to be even darker. They're going to have, I believe the days are going to just be too long. The teachers are also going to have longer days. So that's something for them to think about, getting home after dinner time with their families and missing out on school, after school activities as well. Also for that Friday prep day, how is that accountability going to look? Who's going to hold the teachers accountable for that time if they're in the building or not in the building? I'm not sure if that's been, talked about. Also, if this is supposed to help bring up enrollment numbers with schools now at almost max capacity, where will these extra students be placed? What is confusing is the 4-day school week is to help retain staff. Why are we letting so many teachers go? It makes one think that the closing of all 4 schools, displacing students and teachers, would be too much change for a district to handle all at once on top of this 4-day school week. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. All right, and that concludes, just because I saw one more person walk in, if anybody has a public comment, now is the time. Perfect. Okay, so that concludes our public comment, and we will now move into the consent agenda. So I will entertain a motion to approve our consent agenda.
Just real quick, first one, that late addition, do we need to take that, is that added to the consent agenda?
Yes, it's under the personnel.
Yeah,
It's just an addendum to the personnel report.
In the,
rather
okay,
than that
so it's
same
in the consent.
section.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're not going to miss that. So I move to approve the consent agenda if there's no other,
And you don't want to pull that out?
no,
Okay,
no need to.
all right, I second. Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Perfect. That now takes us to our action portion. So the first one will be a request for adjustment to West students' calendar. Dr. Russell?
Yeah, Chair Taylor, trustees, tonight I'm going to ask Mr. Stoffer to come up and share some information around West Middle School. As we know, we are closing West Middle School and repurposing it for another school, and want to share about some of the construction that's taken place there, and maybe a possible decision to talk about having to make an adjustment to the school calendar to allow students out a couple of days early, which will help with some of that construction.
Good evening, Mr. Stoffer.
Good evening, everybody. Trustee Taylor, trustees, again, before you have a request, as Dr. Russell put for a request to help us with the movement of many of our students throughout the school district. In front of you is West Junior High, or West Middle School, excuse me, is going to be repurposed for our two high school academies, and one for Union and one for Nampa Academy. Part of that process, as we've talked about before, is the need to be in the building as quickly as possible to finish the renovations in time for our August 1 deadline to be able to have the building turned back over to us for occupancy. As we worked with the administrative team and discussing the process and what we would need at the operations level and also for the staff, we presented this idea of allowing students to leave 2 days early to give teachers time to navigate through their personal items and helping us get things ready for us to be able to start construction on that Monday. That does mean that through the weekend, there would be some setting up and preparation from the construction company to start on Monday. So we proposed this as a benefit for both the staff, current staff, to be able to have some time to be able to get those things together, and also for our operations team, which will be working a little bit of overtime to be able to accomplish the task, to be prepared to have everything off the walls, to have the technology taken down, and as walls are going to be replaced, repurposed. We just felt that this was the best way to meet the needs for everybody in the process. So we proposed this as an option for you to consider.
Okay. Trustees, do we have any questions for Mr. Stoffer?
I do. I was looking at the attached document. When you say the Friday and the Monday, what specific dates are you referencing? I'm sorry. Maybe I missed.
So we're proposing that they be released early. The last day would be Wednesday, May 29th,
Okay.
which is a Wednesday. So it'd be the Thursday and Friday, which is the 30th and 31st, that they would still be, teachers would still be there working on getting their things put together, which would allow us the weekend to prepare for the construction beginning and the site being opened as a construction site on the 3rd. Does that help?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
I do have one additional
Please.
question. So that would mean, so that Monday is the 27th, which is Memorial Day. And then the kids would come back the 28th and 29th
Correct.
would be their final day.
Correct.
Okay.
Chair Taylor,
Please.
and does this affect the amount of hours and days that these students have to be in class?
It does impact it, but we've already met the requirements.
So we've met
Yeah.
that threshold.
Yep. And that's that additional spreadsheet that is
Yeah.
attached in the memo as well.
And
Trustee Benz?
I guess if I'm just putting on my teacher hat, right? Middle school, 2 days, that's all you have. And probably the 29th might be a half day or a fun day or whatever it happens to be. I'm not anticipating particularly great academic time there. Would we have met the hour requirements if the kids were to say have the 24th as their final day?
No,
I mean, are we just treading water if we
Yeah.
bring, does that make sense? This is useful time.
yes, Trustee
Okay.
Ben's a great question. And the short answer is yes, we would still meet the required time if before the Friday before Memorial Day was their last day. Just negotiating through that, we wanted to find the right balance.
So trustees, when I saw this, just because of the emotion behind obviously West Middle, I went ahead and I reached out to our administrative team just to say, just 2 days really make all the difference, right? Because I feel like rather than even academic success, that's just more time with your friends. And I don't know about you guys, but I still have some of the same friends that I had at West Middle School. So anyway, that being said, with the urgency of the amount of movement that we have going forward, it really does seem like the 2 days makes all of that difference because we have to rehome so many kids into West because we're moving both Union, Nampa Academy. So I understood that the movement just, we don't get a lot of time in the summer anyway, and this has to be done for a full transition of those particular children. And there was just a lot of difficulty around transitioning those children after the school year had already started because there were so many. So this isn't the only place where we'll see some construction hardship. This is just a specific place where it would probably be the most impactful on students was the answer that I got back from our team.
Okay, and then I guess as a follow-up, I don't know if this came up in the conversation or if you know, if the school year officially ends for the kids on the 24th, those 2 days, the 28th and 29th, would not count toward ADA, correct? But if we have those 2 days that the kids are supposed to be there, but they dip out early because it's 2 days after Memorial Day, what does that do to our ADA?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Benz, very good question. So the first 10 weeks of school up until the first Friday of November determines our staffing. It's very critical for us to have strong ADA in those weeks. And then the rest of the year is based on your best 28 weeks. I think we have more than 28 weeks. We have 35-ish, 36-ish weeks. So if we only had 28, it absolutely would affect us.
Okay.
And we'd probably be very cautious of that, although this is a very unique circumstance that we need to get in there with some of the construction. So, but to answer your question, it won't hurt us financially by doing that.
Chair Taylor,
Trustee Kirkman?
the contracts for the teachers, that runs until when?
Trustee Taylor, Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, they run through the 31st. So they would still
Of
be
May?
there. Yes, they would
So
still be
what
there
would-
through their contractual
So would
days.
the teachers be there as construction is ramping up?
No, so we have given them the first day they can start their setup is the Saturday. They've been pushing for a lot earlier to get the project done, but we have made that clear that that's what we need with the start date being the 3rd. So there won't be any crossover teacher contractual time.
Chair Taylor,
Please.
is there not a sense of urgency for the other two schools that are going to be under construction?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Jennings, yes, I think we're going to try to cover that in the superintendent update with facilities, but yes, there are some, but not as much as West. And I can go into some more detail then or now, whatever works.
I would say probably now, since
Okay.
this is the action item, so that Trustee
For
Jennings
sure.
does have all he needs.
So Trustee Jennings, the other building that is on our agenda is Snake River. One of the things that we have ran into with the with city permitting is that it slowed down the construction phase for Snake River. With the slowdown, we have more time available to us for Snake River to both move out the teachers and their things and to be able to get the building prepped for what we need to do construction wise. We are looking at a delayed start there, which does mean that our Gateways students that will be transferring to Snake River will need to stay in their current facility, most likely just because of a natural break until Thanksgiving will be the natural break for that. We will be done before then, but that's probably what we're going to be looking at this juncture, just due to some of the planning, really it's the permitting piece that we're at right now. Codes have been updating, and which is great. And so in order for us to make all that happen in an appropriate way for Snake River, that is going to be one of our needed adjustments, is that one will be a little bit delayed.
And Greenhurst is,
Trustee Jennings, Greenhurst does not have a lot of major construction that's going on. Those are things that are more internal and more cosmetic in nature, but there is no major reconstruction that will be going on at Greenhurst.
And don't forget about the door at Endeavor.
Duly noted, the door's there, and believe me, there's other requests that have come in
Yeah,
since you
I'm
said
sure
that.
there
I've
is.
got some more text messages.
I'm sure there is. Is this the same contractor for all the schools, or you have different contractors for?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, right now we are in the process of getting the bids. So I will bring that to you. And that's one of the other things in that Tomorrow will be our pre-construction meeting at West in the afternoon after kids are gone to meet with that pre-planning component. We will have all the bids in hand on the 25th of April, where we will be probably requesting a special meeting in order for the timelines to be met with the board to meet on the 30th of next week or sooner if possible, so that we can continue to make sure that we're hitting our timelines. And at that point in time, I'll be able to answer all of that piece because we are in the pre-bidding process.
Trustees, any other questions?
Yeah. It's been such a chaotic year, and in the sake of equity, would anyone consider releasing all the students by the 29th of the student contact week to allow teachers extra 2 days?
I can't believe you just said that out loud.
So
Nobody wants to answer.
Well, Mr. Taylor, trustees, it is a very valid question. I think one of the things that we've tried to wait out as administration is just the commitment that we've made to a contract year or a calendar year that we've made for our families, and as families plan for that. Of course, the trustees have the ability to make decisions as you think is best. We were in a situation where construction is starting quickly. August 1st is a really tight deadline for us. I've yet to see a construction project go perfectly perfect all the way and meet a perfect deadline without the last 2 days, like 24/7 things going on there. So I am a little nervous August 1st making that deadline. And then we have we have our academy that we're actually looking at expanding this year. And right now they're in Columbia High School. And so if we were to be delayed at West, Union High would still stay in their current building, much like Gateways is able to do. But it is our academy that we're worried about because they are expanding. Right now they're in a hallway at Columbia High School. If they expand, that's going to be really difficult for them to be able to do that in that current situation. So it just is unique. However, if the board were to make that decision, we would very well communicate that out to our staffs, and we can plan accordingly and make those adjustments.
Okay. Any other questions or comments, trustees?
Follow up, sorry. So if it's adjusted across the district instead of just West, laying out hypotheticals, what does that do for graduations? Because don't we have graduation on 31st?
25th, 26th.
I don't feel like we have any graduations that go past that.
Okay, okay, never mind.
Yeah, I don't feel like we have any graduations. that
We
go
have one
past
on the
the date.
30th and the 31st.
That's
We do?
what I thought.
Which one?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, and I just don't have that in front of me. So if we have two that go past.
Mhm.
So Dr.
So-
Russell, do we even know what that does?
Chair Taylor, trustees, we still hold a graduation. School would be out, but we would still have the families and come celebrate our graduates the same as.
Are there activities that are done during the day that would throw a wrench into?
My understanding, and I'm going to look at Mr. LeBou, is typically our seniors are out a week or so before that. They do some graduation practices. They may have some parties, but it would not impact, to my understanding, looking at Mr. LeBou right now, who's shaking his head no, that it would have a dramatic impact on that.
Clarification to the board. I also want to keep in mind that the actual action item on this agenda
Is not the.
Is not all.
Correct.
states,
Mhm.
just West students calendar as requested by staff. So I would just keep that in mind when making any motion through the action item topic.
Thank you, Clerk Lamont.
Yeah. And
Any other
just
questions or comments? Yep.
for clarification, so it's unions that is scheduled on the 31st. Nampa
And
Academy
Academy
is on the, yeah.
Thank you.
Chair Taylor, if I may, I kind of say it jokingly, but there's also, I feel like there's some truth to it. I mean, we're talking about after Memorial Day, and Mr. Stofford said like I'm sorry, I think it was actually Trustee Benz. A lot of people really kind of check out by that Monday, right? Or that Friday. They've already kind of gone into summer mode. So, why not an extra 2 days? But it sounds like Clerk Lamont says that motion cannot be made. So
It can't just based on what's on our agenda. Obviously, as trustees, we can entertain anything, anything that we would like, if that's something that we would want to entertain as a board. For me, I feel like we have some extenuating circumstances with the construction that needs to take place at West. We have an older building. It's unfortunate, but there are some other issues that just mean getting in there. And then I know Columbia needs their classrooms. So for me, I think the ask makes a lot of sense. But I hear, it's Memorial Day, families can be disengaged. And but
Trustees, we could always bring that request to apparently a special meeting.
right,
like
it'd
we
have to be
had
something
in-
different
if we
business
could get the
today.
board
Yep,
together, If you would like.
thank you.
Well,
But yeah, so
yeah.
it can be requested, but as for today, that's where I'm at.
Sorry, kids, I tried.
Nope, you're good. You did.
You're there.
You did.
And the calendar's already been set too by the committee. And so
It
on and
has.
so forth. So.
Yeah.
Um,
But again,
However,
it's something we
I-
can
right.
motion. Yeah.
However, on this particular agenda item, I am not opposed to making it the 24th. Is that the Friday? 25th, 26th, 25th. I can't remember. I got a calendar right here in front of me. 24th is the Friday, May
The last
24th.
would be 25th.
And then Monday, the 27th is Memorial Day. And then they come back for 2 days and then release. 29th would be the last day. So I'm not opposed to making that last day on the 24th of May. It doesn't affect funding. It doesn't affect attendance. Maybe gives them an extra weekend, the staff to clean out a little bit. I'm not opposed to it at all.
I'm sorry, did you say May 24th?
Yeah, am I
So
looking at
the
May?
requested motion is to approve the calendar change for West Middle School students to finish the school year on May 29th.
Right.
And
as
you're saying May
As
24th.
trustee
Got
Bill
it.
brought up, what's
What's the point?
What's the
Got it.
harm of going back to that?
Got it. I just, point of clarification. Okay, so do I hear you making a
Does
motion?
that, well, I will, but I want to check with staff. Does that affect anything if the motion was made and decided to end school for West Middle on the 24th, Friday, the 24th, rather than the 29th on Wednesday?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, to my knowledge, it doesn't. I believe some of the things they had planned, they could probably adjust to that week before.
I don't want to interrupt any of that.
Yeah, but I don't believe it would have a dramatic impact. But I never asked Mr. Whitmore directly if leaving that Friday would be easier than the Tuesday. So to my understanding.
No,
It would
we
not
won't.
be.
Oh,
We will adjust.
okay.
Excuse me, that being said, so my understanding is then that Monday is Memorial Day and that your motion is just letting them out that Friday.
Clarification, there's no motion.
Okay,
No
yeah, no motion, but
That's the discussion.
yeah, the discussion on the table is that May 24th is your suggested date, that
May
Friday.
24th would be the last day of school for
Okay.
West Middle students.
I'm sorry, could I ask for clarification from you?
Let's just be really careful. We can ask for clarification, but yes, in case it has to be reclarified, but go ahead, yeah.
Okay, so I'm so sorry. I do not know your name, but it looks like you do reside at West.
It does.
Affiliated with it.
I'm gonna ask you to come up. Yep,
Yeah.
sorry, Mr. Stoffer.
And so I'm curious, were you saying that it would be harder to go on Friday than on Wednesday?
No,
Oh,
no, I'm
okay.
saying that Friday is an excellent day to be done.
Okay,
Those 4 days will not only allow every teacher to pack up, but to say goodbye to a building that many of them have been in for more than 20 years.
thank you.
So it will be a time when we will pack, cry, and celebrate.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you, and thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
So,
Okay, so do I have a
Chair
motion?
Taylor, I'll make a
trustees?
motion then
Great.
to approve a calendar change for West Middle School students to finish the school year on May 24th, Friday, 2024, 4 days earlier than planned to accommodate the renovation project of the school building.
Second.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so May 24th will be the last day for West students. Okay,
This will give them 2 days.
we are now going to move to B, the moment that all the news has been waiting for.
Is that why you're here?
Is that why you're here tonight? We were on last night. So the possible 4-day school week. Dr. Russell?
Chair Taylor, trustees, I'm going to discuss about our possible 4-day school week. This is something we've been discussing for several months now. I'm going to ask Tyler to go ahead and bring up our presentation. Much of the presentation we have already presented. And so I won't spend a ton of time on that. There are some updates to it around our partners who are here. Next slide, Tyler.
Dr. Russell, really quick, just for sake of following protocol, if we do call on the partners tonight, when you do come up to address us, we just ask that you stand at the podium. We have a mic there so that we can hear you. The news has a mic there so they can hear you. But that way we're just able to hear you and keep that conversation moving. So if at any time you're going to address the board, just go ahead and step to the podium. Sorry, keep going. Just some housekeeping.
So we're here tonight because the district has obviously made a lot of really difficult decisions. Those were all driven by financial needs. This is one that it really isn't. But when we were making those, there was some recommendations that we should consider it. So the district did send out a survey asking whether that's something we should explore or not. And again, you see there was a majority of folks that said we should at least look into that. Next slide, Tyler. So we presented this a couple of months ago, I believe, at this point. Some possible benefits and challenges, and many of these we have discussed in depth. We heard about some of them tonight, some of our public comments. Some of the benefits for the students. What it does do is it does allow us to have a little bit longer class period and allows us to not bundle in CTE courses. That's kind of a big one there. There is possibility of more family time, catch-up time. The downside of that is it is a longer school day. It is something to really consider, especially for younger students. We heard those concerns today as well. And that transition going back from home back to school could be a possible concern as well. For staff, we've talked about the importance of recruiting and retaining teachers, particularly those really hard to find positions, special ed, math, science, physical therapy, occupational therapy, just some of those positions. And again, some of the challenges, those a longer day. There is a drawback to that. Work-life balance is another thing that we've heard. For parents there, you'll see one of the benefits, again, that we've heard is family time. But one of the downsides to that, again, is the childcare and that balance of how do you work and have care for your children. Academically, we did talk in depth about some of the research. And again, it is inconclusive in general, but we do know hours do matter. The amount of hours that kids are in school, we do know that teachers matter. And that is important to consider when we are looking at that. And activities, again, you'll see there's some pros and cons there. Again, some that has to do with the travel time and leaving for activities. That is one reason why I think Fridays is a common travel time for activities and athletics and things over the weekends. That could be one of the reasons why there is that ask for that as well. Although Mondays is often the holidays, right? So we could balance it off with that as well. And then finances, right there, we did talk about the loss of facilities money as a possible concern with it. We'll talk about that in a little more depth. I think we have some clarity on that now, finally. There is a potential for higher ADA attendance. Again, anecdotally talking with some of the school districts, they feel like their attendance is a little bit stronger in 4 days than 5 days, but I don't know if we can definitively say we're going to see that until we actually try it. See if that does make a difference there. Next slide, Tyler. This talks about some benefits and changes. Mr. Yarborough, I think he was going to go to slide 6 and just kind of, if you would go to that one, Tyler, and just talk overall about do we go now or do we wait a year? Because that was a question that came up in our last board meeting.
Chair Taylor, trustees. Thank you, Dr. Russell. Yes, this slide just summarizes what we presented last time. Again, just the challenges of waiting versus the benefits of moving now. And again, so just to highlight some of those pieces, again, the number one piece is our stakeholder survey shows 60% support of moving now. Again, as you read through that, I'm not going to hit every piece on there, but again, there are some benefits that would help us, the magnitude of change, that conversation we talked about, and ending that season of uncertainty. One of the questions was, if we wait and then move another year, that impacts changing schedules, changing curriculum alignment, all those pieces. So moving now would be a benefit. On the challenge side, again, that magnitude of change, one more thing in the crux of everything we're doing. And then the vagueness of state law and rules, that's been remedied against. Dr. Russell will get into more detail momentarily. And then the expedited pace for our community partners to solidify their plans for the 5th day. Again, as we saw last time we spoke, we had one of those community partners. I think we have a few here tonight to talk about that possible challenge and what might be there. So next slide, Tyler. The next piece that we would need to look at, should the board choose to go to a 4-day student contact week, we need to look at our classified staff and how we support them. And again, as we've talked from the very beginning with the 4-day student contact week, it is in no way a financial decision. So we would need to make some adjustments to our classified folks to keep them whole financially. We have some tentative plans and ideas of how to do that. But until the board makes the decision, we don't get down to the granular detail. What we've done is talk with other districts who have went to a 4-day student contact week, how they've navigated that, and how we would adjust that as well. The biggest thing for us, again, we would hold our classified folks financially harmless. They would be making the same amount of money they're making now. We could do that in a variety of ways, including if they work a few less hours, we could increase their hourly rate. There are some pieces on what those Fridays might look like and finding jobs that are relevant to their job. Could we have them work some hours? Again, would probably be an hourly rate increase depending on how we do that. Again, we have some plans of what we would do. And we would need to look at different kind of classifications of classified employees, if you will. The job for the front office secretary and receptionist looks different than, for example, the high school security guard, and for example, the Title I parapro in elementary. So what we would do is meet with those groups and talk about how we would navigate that, how we could utilize their skills and their talents best and navigate through that. The one challenge that we might see is with food and nutrition. And I know that Dr. Russell and Mr. Stauffer have done some work on that, of how we would navigate to support our classified school-based staff on the food and nutrition side, should the board choose to go to a 4-day week. The last bullet I want to highlight there too, some of our school-based paras would actually be able to be involved in some of the professional development and planning, which we don't really have access to right now. And that would be a huge benefit for them being able to impact some kids with instruction and specific things under the guidance of a teacher and being in that planning and preparation process. So this slide here is really about the classified staff and how we would support them financially should the board choose to go to a 4-day student contact week.
Chair Taylor, can I ask a question?
Please.
And I apologize for interrupting your presentation, but this is one thing that I've really have struggled with. I hear a lot of ifs, and I hear a lot of maybes, and hear a lot of unknowns from staff, from administration, and like you just said, we won't know until a decision is made. My question is, why don't you know? Why haven't those already been planned out? If the decision is made to go to 4 days contact week, then this is what we're going to do. Do you have that?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, yes. What we have not done, Trustee Kirkman, is get down to the granular level of how we will operationalize that. And quite honestly, it's because of the manpower needed to do that. If the board chooses to go to a 4-day student contact week, we'll spend the next 3 to 4 weeks working those details out and working with folks for what that looks like. Rather than spend the time and energy on that, given the other changes we were dealing with, we thought this was the best process. Yes, we know how to navigate that. We've talked with budget and finance to know that we can handle it. Now, if the board makes that, then we'll have to meet with those groups to talk about what those days would look like and go from there. So I don't know if that answers your question, but yes, we have a plan to do that. And we know we can do that should the board choose to go that way. What we didn't want to do is spend man hours, all that time of planning and prepping that out if the board chooses to not go there because of the other change that we're dealing with right now.
Well, and I get that, and I totally understand that. But again, it just seems like those details, those granular details would be very helpful, at least for me on this board, to make a more informed decision rather than make the decision, whatever it might be, and then find out what's going to happen. That's the crux for me in this particular issue is why don't we have those granular details yet? And I know I get the staff time, but again, sorry.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, could I, for example, and not to be adversarial in any way, like if you have a specific, I maybe can get as granular as we can.
No, well, you were talking, all right, let's say if the decision is made, we go to a 4-day contact week. What about these challenges that are on that slide? What does the para's schedule going to look like in a 4-day week? It seems like that should already kind of be in, not kind of, it probably should already be there. Those details, those granular details might be there.
They are, and it would be exactly what our day with students are and what that contact day is right now. If the board chooses to go to a 4-day student contact week, we would be in the 8 3/4 hour or 9-hour day for our teachers. That will be mirrored by our classified staff based off when students are there and what they would need before and when after students leave. So again, we have those prepped and ready to go and can do any of those things that we need to. So we have that, what that schedule look like. The one variable is the Friday that needs to be negotiated. If the board chooses to go there, how would we navigate classified into that? So again, that's that variable that we have a good idea of what that might look like. If that's a 8-hour day, if that's a 7-hour day, whatever that needs to be. So we do have those things prepped and ready to go.
And I know that there are some of those issues that are out of your control right now until the negotiations and so on. But non-classified staff, you mentioned we could possibly pay them more to compensate for the day that they won't be working. Okay, so have we run those numbers? What do those numbers look like? Can we afford that? And honestly, and I let me just apologize now, because I'm going to be very blunt and very candid with some questions here. How come we haven't seen those financial numbers? How come we haven't seen what that pay might be next year if we were to go to a 4-day contact week?
Just point of clarification though, didn't he just say that it would be the same? Like, wasn't the deal to keep them financially whole? Isn't that what that slide
Financially
said?
whole, but what does that mean?
Well, this is how I took it, was that the goal here is to keep them financially where they're at now. So no loss or gain of money.
That's the plan. Is that what's going to happen if we go to a 4-day week?
Yeah, so Chair Taylor, Trustee Kerman, it's a great question. The idea, absolutely, yes, to keep the finances the same. So the cost of our employees would stay the same this year compared to next year. Now, of course, raises can play into that, depending on what we do there. It's really the amount of hours that an employee works on a 4-day versus a 5-day. And that Friday is kind of the unknown variable now. If we have some staff come back on that Friday, did they work 39.5 hours? And do we need to make up that difference so they can meet that 40? Did they work 37.5 hours so they can meet that 40? That's where that level pay assignment adjustment would need to be made. But the overall cost for the district is not going to increase for those folks because, again, our intent is to keep them the same. What's hard is not knowing exactly what that Friday looks like because that's not negotiated yet. And we're not sure how many days. We're thinking 2 days a month. Are those 5-hour days, 8-hour days, 7-hour days? And again, that would depend as we negotiate through that. So I think that's what's a little bit harder for us. Nutrition services, we did meet and speak about that today. I have Mr. Stauffer come up and talk in more detail what that might look like. If you could maybe give some more specifics around that.
Can we pause just for 1 second? And only because I want to keep us moving in the most effective way and what the trustees need. So do we want to allow presentation of one slide and then open it for questions for each trustee? And I only say that because I want this to flow for all of us, not just one of us. And I have an idea or an inclination that we're going to have a very different questions. We're going to have varied questions.
Yeah, but I think some questions will come as we see these slides.
So do we want to stop after every slide and say, versus have him bounce around? So right now, can we focus on slide 800? So Dr. Russell, Taylor, can we put up the last slide that we just asked questions off of?
Oh, you mean instead of bouncing
around slide to slide, I think it would be really nice if we could stay on slide. I just really do so that we have the appropriate person so that we can filter information. So trustees, do we have any more questions surrounding this slide? Yes.
I do.
Trustee Ben.
A follow-up that's kind of in between the questions that have already been asked. So I completely understand the idea of trying to keep classified staff from any kind of negative impact with this. And I understand that we don't know what those Fridays exactly are going to look like yet. So we don't know how many hours or what kinds of adjustments are going to need to be made in terms of either wages or hours. However, you had mentioned that there is the potential for certain classified staff participating in those Fridays. For example, the paraprofessionals who need to be included in the collaboration, perhaps some of the office staff who need to provide clerical support or whatever it happens to be. Have we already identified those individuals?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Benz, yes, and it would be all of our classified staff, and then we would work with, again, those groups depending on how that looks. If I can give an example, if we had elementary school X and they have 3 Title I paras, and on Friday, the first Friday is, hey, here's the amount of time that teachers are going to be preparing Title I reading intervention lessons, and it's going to be 2 hours. Those 3 paras, okay, you have an additional 2 hours that we would navigate through. We would map that out. that impacts what that overall hourly rate is. Again, they're going down a day, so there is an hourly rate increase, but our intent is to keep that entire package until raises and things come in and we have budget to do so. That is not penalizing them in any way. The same thing we could do with our office staff and have the conversation of, do we add 5 hours or 10 hours or whatever that is within the whatever it needs to be? Do we shift that so that we only have one person on every Friday covering that school rather than the 2 or 3 we have when school's open with kids? Do we navigate that? Yes, we've identified those individuals. That's all of them. And that's what, quite honestly, this conversation, going back to them and working through that detail, we'll be able to do that within the parameter of what it will cost us, because we already know that from budget, how much we need to have a classified person in that role serve that role. So we can navigate that through. And yes, we have identified that's all of those folks that do that job.
Okay,
so.
Thank you.
Sure.
Please, Trustee Sue.
So hypothetically speaking, this para makes $500 a week. We'll always make them whole. Is that always going to be in perpetuity? If we're second 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the line, will there at some point be consideration of an adjustment, or do we keep them whole, period?
I love that question.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Sue,
that question.
I think there's 2 ways to look at that. Number one, our intent would always to keep them whole and to pace with the cost of inflation and attract great folks to work in our district and do those things, and we would have that. If we had a financial crisis where we had to minimize expenditures, that would be one of the things we would do across our system. But I have not seen us decrease the hourly rate for any employee we've had on the classified side without there being a significant financial crisis or barrier we have to deal with. So that would be where I would reside. I would defer to Dr. Russell and see if there's anything else there.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Sue, it's a very good question. That answer, it really depends on the school budget every year and kind of what we get from the state and the legislature and what type of raises there are. I would anticipate as the state legislature budget comes in and we look at our enrollment numbers and our need in our schools, that we would make adjustments throughout the years. So I think the idea would be to keep people whole. And we say whole from switching from 5 days to a 4-day or just basically a different schedule, looking about how many hours are worked in a week versus how many hours are worked in a 4-day, and trying to make that whole adjustment. Once that switch is made, then it's back to just operating as we are now every year, looking at the very things that Mr. Yarborough mentioned about trying to keep our employees paid at a rate that still attracts employees and allows us to be able to hire in the way we need to.
Trustee Benz.
I'm sorry, this may be a duh question, but considering the fact that the buildings will be in use almost as much as they are currently, 5 days a week, well, minus 2 days per the month, what does that look like for our custodial staff? What kind of an impact would that have?
Great. Trustee Taylor, Trustee Benz, great question. It's a great question, and we contract with ABM. So that conversation with them will be the conversation we have and work with our contracted services in doing those pieces. Obviously, our intent would never be to harm anybody, and they are a contracted service. So they're an independent contractor that works for us, and we would need to navigate that as we can. That's really the best I can give.
Yeah, Chair Taylor, Trustee Benz, maybe a good segue for Mr. Stauffer to come and talk through custodial and maybe a little bit of
I want to do that in just a second. I just want to make sure that we're clear here just on our classified staff. So hold on just 1 second, because I also have a few comments. Trustee Kirkman.
Yeah, it's not necessarily classified staff or certified staff, but what about substitutes? I reached out to Greg Superintendent Dr. Russell, and he said that on average there's about 377 subs that are used in this district per week. So you take 1 day away, that can affect, obviously, and again, it might be one of those unknowns.
Yeah, no, Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, very good question. What we had seen from other districts that have gone to 4 days, they typically don't see as much need for subs. So that eliminates one of those days. So that is a potential cost savings. As far as hiring subs, that usually is something that hasn't hurt the other districts that we talk to, because it allows subs to work for Nampa for certain days and then they go work for another district on that Friday. So until we make that decision and see, again, talking with Middleton and some of the other school districts that have gone, they haven't seen it affect their their sub coverage other than less teachers gone. And will be, that will be seen if that's the case or not, if we do make a decision.
Thank you.
Other questions? So mine is more of a comment. I think I disclosed at last meeting or last time we got together, the special meeting, that I was going to be going in and chatting through stuff around some of these questions. So Dr. Herman, I know I bring him up, staple in the district for years, has now retired. When he came in to speak with me specifically, a 4-day week is something that he had always, spoke about. He's a big proponent of. And one of the reasons in past when this has been considered that people haven't done it because it would be on the back of our classified staff. So if this is a decision that we make tonight, either way, I am aware of the fact that I wouldn't want to do it on our classified staff's back. I think that we owe them, keeping them financially whole, especially in the economy that we're in. I, however, don't love the idea, and I shared this with our administrative team, the idea of hourly increases in our first year, because I don't think that we know what keeping them whole looks like, and I don't think that we have a clear picture of our need. I'm not afraid of big changes. I just think that we have to walk through realistically what those challenges look like. So I don't throwing out words like hourly increase, because people hold on to those words, and it may not look like that. It may look like a time capacity shift. And so, again, I shared this with them, wanting to share this with you guys because I had come in and asked them questions surrounding this, because our classified staff is a necessity to keep our schools running. Just sharing, again, which I said I would have a lot to share because I came in to do some work on this over the last few weeks. That was it for me. Any other questions regarding this slide? And if not, I'm going to go ahead and we'll move on. No? Yes? That's who I'm going to move on to. Okay, great.
That's part of this slide. He's on the nutrition part of this slide.
Great. Okay, Mr. Stauffer.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Benz, going back to your question with the custodial staff, again, it was articulated they're a contracted service that we work with. We have talked about this in a lot of different capacities with them, and so they're very much aware of what potentially they have entities that work in 4-day work weeks, so this is not something that's new to them either. They will work with their employees. There will still be work on Fridays. If you do think about activities, if you choose Fridays, there's going to be activities in the evening. There will still need to be work, and the building will need to be cleaned. So there will be opportunities there. If you choose a Monday, the same thing's going to happen, and particularly when you get into the winter months where you have basketball, which seems like every day of the week. Being a former high school administrator, I think I lived at high school from Monday through Saturday with games. So that has been taken in consideration. Now, how they are operationalizing it will be something that we're going to allow them to do, but we're also asking them to be very careful and cautious about working with their employees as well. But it is not something that they haven't done before. In relation to our food nutrition services, they are a little bit different than the rest of our classified staff because they are the one pocket of our system that is revenue based. They generate their own money, and so they're paid for out of the money that they generate. So we have been working with our director of food services. We've been working with our director of finances and making sure what does that look like for this team. And there are still some variables, and unfortunately the variables come with some delays at the state level and getting some clarification from the state on reimbursements, because that's how a major component of our revenue is driven from reimbursement at the state level. So we have had those calls in, and we do have those calls in, and part of those are in relationship to that 5th day and extending our days and extending their hours and days that they would work. Currently, that could look, as we partner with our community resources on that 5th day, we could be providing services for the food on those days through our food nutrition services, which then would add those hours back in that are being lost in the 4-day work week. So there's lots of different options that come into play with us with the ability to serve and produce food for our students on that 5th day. So there are other opportunities for us to navigate on that as well. I think that would be the basis right now.
That answered the question. Trustee Benz, does that answer your question?
Yeah, you anticipated what I was going to ask. So I was going to ask about community partnerships on that 5th day in nutrition, but it sounds like you already have those explorations going on.
Trustees, questions for Mr. Stauffer here?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, Trustee
So clarification on, so food nutrition services is funded by how? Funded
Chair
by
Taylor,
how? I hope there's
Trustee-
no English teachers in the.
Trustee
in the
Kirkman.
audience.
They're funded in several different ways. One is the reimbursement on free and reduced lunch with the percentage, so that we get reimbursements from the state based off of how many sales took place. You have those that are paid directly from the individuals who come in and just swipe. I have 10 lunch tickets. Here's my lunch ticket. That's how it's paid for as well. So a lot of those are based off of both federal funding, state funding, and then just the general revenue that comes from mom and dad paying for the lunch.
And obviously that third leg would be no longer viable on a Friday or a Monday, right? Because students aren't in school.
Depending on which one you choose,
Yeah.
correct.
Well,
Mhm.
just because the students aren't in school.
Yep.
But partnering with community partners, how would we get the reimbursement for if Food and Nutrition Services is providing food on a non-contact day?
Great question. Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, there are opportunities at the state level that there are programs that are available for those reimbursements that are open as a continuation of programs that exist, much like some of the community partners that we currently have. So there are options. I got that confirmation today from the state. What we're working on is how much that reimbursement looks like, and they have not returned that yet. There's some. At the state level, there is some people who are out and have been out for a little bit. That's why it's delayed our response to find out what that actual number is.
So we don't know if the reimbursement in that situation is going to be comparable to what the reimbursement might be now.
So, Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, we do know that it will be comparable. We're wanting to make sure we got you the finite numbers, but we do know it's comparable programs.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman's question, Mr. Stoffer, one of the reasons is because if some of those community partners do use our schools, I think that is the key.
That is the key.
Now, if we were trying to provide services outside of our schools, then the reimbursement rate may not be something that we could depend on. We are expecting to lose revenue though, because we would not be having that 5th day of school.
Sure.
And I think that's the concern is we're trying to figure that out. That number we're looking at is around 200,000, we think is probably about the revenue that we would lose by not having a 5th day. And so then how are we going to make that up through possibly working with some of these Fridays, or again, trying to keep that time adjustment? Do we extend calendars for certain employees? Some employees prefer to have 4 days. And may prefer to have that day off rather than their salary whole. Or if their salary is whole, then do we extend their calendar time? Those are the things that we've just talked about today that we're still working through.
So as a follow-up to that, the community partners, and we probably will get into this a little bit later, but since it came up, I mean, how many eligible, and maybe that's the term to use, how many eligible community partners are in Nampa to where we could take advantage of that reimbursement?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, great question. We are going to cover that here in just a little bit, and we'll get a little bit more depth with it as well.
Okay, thank you.
But for this purpose, we have 3 that we've communicated with. There are 2 of those that would have this opportunity.
All right, we'll put a pin in it.
Yep, put a pin in it. But that's a quick answer.
And Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, and just in general, we're still working that with our partner, the Boys and Girls Club, because they also provide nutrition services, and that's something that we have to work through as well. So they're here, we can talk through that, but it's more that we have to work into detail about if they do use our schools, and that is allowed. How many kids, we'll talk about that, and then we'll talk about the nutrition services as well.
Okay, Trustee Ben.
And then I think I misunderstood a little bit at the beginning. I don't know if this is going to be addressed elsewhere or what it is. Some of the emails that we have received were talking about what are the nutrition services going to look like? What about those kids who rely on the free and reduced lunch? But the summer program it has a special grant through some other entity. I was wondering, I think I misunderstood the initial discussion. I assumed that what you were saying was that we may be able to secure those grants and have those opportunities to provide those nutrition services to the community on that 5th day. But it sounds like, no, we would just be providing supplemental nutrition services to community partners who may be using our facilities. What are we discussing, I guess?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Benz. So for example, backpacks and food for over the weekend, that's something that we had worked through with our FCRCs and our community schools, also partnering with some of our community members. Food Bank, our federal programs is looking into that right now. That is a service that we believe that we can continue and expand upon if needed. When it comes to the actual programs that we're going to talk about, so Boys and Girls Club at Centennial, the YMCA using 3 of our schools, Central, what is it?
Central, Sherman, and Endeavor.
They would also be able to provide some snacks there. Boys and Girls Club could be a little bit more in depth with, if it's an all-day thing with a breakfast, like a lunch and an after-school program or after supper. We'll talk about that. It's on the slide. So the idea is through our FCRCs, we could still provide that for those families that need that backpack food services. If it's for the day, the care for families on a Friday, we believe we can provide food there. Now, if that student goes to the Boys and Girls Club and they're at Sherman and they need that weekend backpack, they could get both. If that makes sense.
Okay. So I guess those nutrition services that will be provided in whatever capacity that they happen to be provided, either to our partners who are using our schools or through the federal programs, those would still be lodged at the school. The children who may need those services on the 5th day that we're not there would have difficulty accessing it if they are not part of those community partner programs, correct? So it's not like in the summer where you just go to the park closest to you and there's food. Have we talked through any of that? And are nutrition services going to be participating in anything similar to that? Does that make any sense? I don't know if I'm articulating it properly.
No, Chair Taylor, Trustee Benz, one of those things, the summer program you're alluding to would not be able to be done during the school year because that is it's a different type of program, and that program does not exist inside the school work week. When we're in session. So we did check on that to see if there was an opportunity just to have that grab and go type of summer program that is there. So for the food nutrition department, that underneath the USDA guidelines, that is not available at this juncture for that. Now, again, going back to the opportunity, maybe a little bit of clarification, as far as the food services that would be available or potentially available from the food services, it would be just like what they're receiving right now at school. So there wouldn't be a differentiation if that is the route that we do end up going. It would be just like the student had showed up to school for their meal would be the same. It would follow the same guidelines, and therefore it'd still have all those same components to it.
Trustee Taylor.
Please.
But on that note, the difference is the kid has to show up at school on an off day.
Yeah.
And I think that's where the challenge is going to be. And I think if we understood.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, everybody.
It's all right.
All of Nampa.
It's
That's right,
necessity.
would be the
It's
moment to
necessity. Now, but learning from Post Falls, I think they were trying some of these programs and then ended up nobody was showing up. And that's a concern that I have, is that we have these great services and great partnerships with community organizations, and then they start off with a bang, and then all of a sudden they're not being used. What happens to those kids? That's my concern in this area with food and nutrition is, yeah, it sounds great, and I think it's a great plan, but what's the reality as we move down this road? That's the unknown that really.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, we kind of have that now on a Friday. If we suspect or believe, working with our counselors, that there's maybe some needs in a family, we work through that individual basis. We talk through our federal programs. They may work through our McKinney Mentor program to see if families can get support that way. I don't see that changing now. If a student on Thursday is leaving home and we feel that there might be some needs for the family, that is when we would reach out to the family and try to work through that, help connect them to the food bank, help bring food to them, help our traveling tables, do many of those programs. But I think those are kind of the one-offs that we try to work through with our families. So our students are still going to be there. Yes, they do have to come on Friday if they still want to participate. That if they're not able to, and we believe that's a situation that a teacher brings up or administrator brings up or a counselor brings up, those are the things I think that we would still work on as we do now and try to get supports for those kids and supports for those families.
Totally understand that, Dr. Russell. However, the student who comes on a Friday now is, for all intents and purposes, guaranteed meal at school. Comes on a Thursday, same thing. If we find that there's a need there on a Thursday, if we're at a 4-day week, we can send that individual home with some additional food, a backpack, whatever, get some services. But there's going to be kids that are lost in the change because they're used to being there on a Friday, and they don't have to go through all these hoops and connections and asks and parents coming in order to access the resources that might be needed if they're not there on a Friday. I hope that makes sense. I hope I'm.
Yeah.
So that's the, you know, there's the plan, which sounds good. It's the reality and the implementation of that down the road.
And just to kind of put a finer point on it, it's the kids that are on the edge.
Yeah.
So it's not the kids who have already submitted the McKinney-Vento form. We know about them. It's the kids who the parents just don't have the resources to buy another day's worth of groceries. But we don't know that.
But they know that their kid's going to be at school at least
so
5
they
days
just don't
now.
have to panic about what is Junior going to eat while I'm at work or whatever it happens to be. Those are the kids. And I know we probably have more details about community partnerships, but do we have any grants on the horizon that may allow us to expand those traveling table services on the days when the kids can't come to us? Can we go to them?
And even then, grants are finite.
Yeah, but yeah.
Well, and I think to that point though, you're also, I mean, we're talking about when the kid shows up to the cafeteria, what is your name?
Yeah.
Check, right? We can't just wholesale go, oh, well, we'll just go ahead and take the money for all the SNAP kids because they're not going to all take it. So I think there's some logistical challenges there too.
Any comments, Dr. Russell or Mr. Stoffer, on anything that you want to answer based on the conversation that we just had? Or any additional questions around this, trustees?
Probably not now, but next few more slides down the road, who knows?
Okay, next.
Thank you.
Chair Taylor, trustees, next slide, Tyler. I believe this talks through some of the legislation discussions that we've had. House Bill 521 did pass this legislative session. Again, this is money that we've talked about that would be given to schools for their school facilities. It is money that would last 10 years. Some of the provisions in that we mentioned, again, the loss of the election for August. Bond equalization, the lottery monies, those are gone in the sense that we will no longer receive those in the same fashion that we do now. Those are now being used as a revenue stream to support the finances for House Bill 521. And so that lottery money was really important because we got an annual 1.2-ish, 1.3 million every year for our facilities. We will no longer receive that. We will just rather receive this lump sum, which is important because the lump sum sounds like a large dollar amount, as we mentioned before, but having to last until 2034 and having to use some of that, like the lottery monies were used to just do our basic upkeep, does kind of take away from that larger sum.
Excuse me, Chair Taylor, Dr. Russell, again, on the bond equalization and lottery money is gone. I think that is a little bit of a misnomer there because it's the monies aren't gone. And I think just that, and I appreciate the clarification, they're more repurposed.
Repurposed, probably a better term, sure.
I think it's a better term because I think when in light of the email we got late this afternoon, I think that really goes to that point. I can't remember who sent it, but
Lisa Hendricks.
Lisa Hendricks sent that. But it is the lottery monies are repurposed. They're not gone. They're just repurposed in different ways.
And I do believe that there is some working out for bond equalization still amongst some other districts. I know Valley View depended upon that greatly to be able to pay some of their bond debt that they have, but they passed. And I think the legislature was still trying to work out on some of that. Some of that's still not clear to me. And we have a meeting coming up on Friday with our State Department of Education to hopefully give us some more details about some of those. I still think the other things are still applicable there. The governor appoints an executive officer to the state board. I think that's still in that law. The 4 or 5 day school week provision was something that we had talked about in depth. About possibly being penalized one way or the other. There was a trailer bill that came in very late in the session. House Bill 766, which just says districts must attest to meeting the days requirements or hour requirements. Right now in state rule, there are hour requirements. Again, the district exceeds those currently right now, and even in a 4-day, we would exceed those. There is not a day requirement. It likely is going to come, but I think with the trailer bill, it's the district needs to attest it meets one or the other.
Dr. Russell, wasn't there also something in that legislation about switching a school district, switching from a 5 to a 4-day in the middle of the school year or something to that effect? I can't remember. It was like 35 pages long. It was a long bill to read.
I haven't read it somewhere.
It was an exciting read, but it's probably not that germane to the conversation, but I think that was also in there about making that decision to move.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, I can look into it and look at it and read it a little bit more. It is a longer trailer bill. I did have it here. I figured there'd be a question. It is here. And if I have time, I will peruse it and see if I can find that answer.
Just get Courtney to read through it while we're having this discussion.
Trustees, do we have any other questions around HB 5281 or the trailer bill update?
I do.
Trustee Jennings.
So when we say we exceed the hourlies in the year, do we like really blow it out of the water, or do we just barely exceed it? Because this proposed daily time schedule for these students, it's quite long. And so could we cut back on hours?
Yeah, Chair Taylor, Trustee Jennings, great question. We did look this up because of the snow days we had this year, and we had to take a couple of snow days. I want to say high schools were at 1,037 hours was where we were at this year. And so we do exceed that because I think it was in your board packet when we were talking that earlier. It shows right here, if I can bring it up, underneath the West. Right now, it says grades 9 through 12 need to have 990 hours. So we were at 1,037. So we're over it by 47 hours there. 4 through 8 needs to have 900 hours. Still 1,037-ish in that area, Mr. Lebu. I think we're similar to that. So well over that by 100 and some hours. And then K3 or 1-3 is 810 and kindergarten is 450. So we exceed all of those. To answer your question, yes. Now, on the 4-day, if there is a decision made, we would cut back those hours in elementary school. I believe it's around a 50 hours difference throughout the whole year. Mr. Knopf, I'm looking at him. Am I accurate in the 50-hour difference for elementary schools?
That's kind of pretty close though, isn't it?
We're actually less than that.
Less than that? You might have the answer.
I can speak that, Dr. Russell, Chair Taylor. So the math that we've done with the projected schedule, which is the next slide, right now, we if we didn't change anything to next year and stayed on a 5-day week, we would have 1,040 hours. And then that's from a 6-hour and 55-minute day for elementaries on 172 days, which is the proposed 5-day calendar that you have seen. That'll be 1,040 hours. Shifting to a 4-day and going to a 7.5-hour day, it's 1,025 hours. So still very much north of what the state requirement is for our elementary grades, and also about 15 less than it will be on a 5-day over the year. The unique piece is the secondary actually is more hours than that, given the credit requirement and how we would navigate through that. But again, that would be on a 50-day trimester in the 4-day student contact week and how that navigates out. And so it's again more, but it's not out of where we're at. I think it's 1,050 hours and we're 1,037 right now. So I would have to do the exact math, and I apologize. The reason for these start times, if you'd like me to segue into this, are connected exactly to that. And then the other challenge that we have within our district of the busing schedule and conversation. So just to be clear, these suggested start times on the secondary time, these would be 71-minute periods at our high school level. So very close to the 82-minute period we have right now. And then on the days that we would choose to do mentoring, that would go down to a 66-minute period, and we could get as much as 26 or 32 minutes if we went to a 65 mentoring day period. The school day, however, for high school students would be, and secondary students, middle school, would be 8.1 hours under that model at 71-minute periods at the high school. The reason we didn't calculate the middle school is they would still be on, they would keep the schedule they basically have as far as 7 or 8 periods, depending on the middle school, and just extend that to fit within the 8.1. So I can't use the exact numbers there. The exact numbers here are based around credits. When we look at what we have right now in our system and kids are exposed to in a period in the semester, we've mirrored that with a 71-minute period and what that would be over a 50-day trimester to make sure that's equal from the time that they would have in class with 2 days of mentoring in our schedule. We've got that at 58 hours across.
Do you mind if I ask a question?
No, Trustee Benz, please.
What are the seat time requirements per credit for secondary?
Great question. Chair Taylor, Trustee Benz, they are 60 hours per course. Right now we have to, we petition down. That's a reality for a lot of districts across the state. We are in that within a 2-hour scenario. Right now in our current schedule, that's 58 hours over an every other day model. We believe that 58 hours seeing those students every day will have an academic impact just from the amount of rigor and having students see their teacher every day. But again, those basically mirror at 58 hours on that 71-minute model. So
on the 71-minute model, just to make sure I'm completely understanding, on the 71-minute model, we go to the 4-day week, we'd be at 58 hours per credit.
Correct.
Thank you.
And for clarity, right now in our AB block, we are at 58 hours on our schedule right now, the school year that kids just went through
So there would
per
be,
semester.
There would be no change
Correct.
in the hours.
Correct.
But we have to petition to get that credit? Okay.
So what ends up happening, Chair Taylor, Trustee Benz, what ends up happening at the state level, that 60 hours per is a seat time conversation. There are multiple other things the state has done over the last 5 years, 10 years with mastery education and looking at what those things are. So again, that 60-hour minimum and what's there, we feel very comfortable. We've petitioned for that multiple times within our district and feel like that's a good, safe place to be. We didn't want to drop below that. There's a conversation of if we wanted to extend that high school day another 1 minute, we can get to basically 60 hours. So those are possibilities when you navigate and map that out. The one piece here I would like to show again on the slide with the elementary time. Remember, this is due to primarily our busing consideration and then the consideration of how we're getting the high school credit and navigating that together if we go to a 4-day model. Right now, that start time is about 7 minutes behind our late start elementaries. So half of our elementaries already start in that range. They end at 3:44, so we're extending approximately a half an hour on the backside. So again, that's 6 hours and 55 minutes up to 7 hours and a half hours. That's the elementary day, and that is tied again to the start time because of the end time, particularly because of busing, and the start time because of trying to get those credits in at the high school level.
Mr. Taylor, could
Please,
just-
yep.
I want
My
to
question's
answer
here.
Trustee
Yep.
Jennings' question. So the answer is yes, we do exceed it. And could we adjust the schedules and still meet the hours? Yes. There are some, as Mr. Yarbrough mentioned, if we did, we may need a waiver in some. The second one is just to also understand instructionally, if we cut too many hours back, it makes me a little nervous. Knowing we want to have the best achievement we can. And so not going too far back, but could we make adjustments? Yes. I think this is one of the things that we do need to consider. If we do make a change, it's nothing set in stone. We can get feedback from our first year and make some adjustments to some of these things as we go forward. If you'd like us to explore more, we can make some more adjustments if the decision's made. If we stay 5 days, then we don't have to worry about this.
So my question is more around the calendar and adding days before an end of school. So if we were to take the calendar and expand it and say I was to have 2 more days on the start of school and 2 more days on the end of school, could I use that then to buy down my time during the week?
Chair Taylor, yes, the amount of time gets really minimal when you think of throughout 170 days, you're looking at 3 to 5 minutes.
But I'm looking at, right, but I guess my question here does become like, I think that's the conversation. So I've got a really different perspective on this as we talk through, but the big pushback for me is going to be these longer days. So in reading the memo from from Critchfield, I think they talk about a little bit of an extension for the calendar so that we can mitigate some of those long days. And then in talking to the chair today from Middleton, really the only complaint or drawback was the long days, which they feel is completely outweighed by the Friday off. It was a great conversation. So I'm excited to share that here. But my concern really does fall under this as far as like the duration of that day, especially for our younger ones. Now, it's so interesting to me when I read through something that says elementary instruction for kindergarten through 6th grade includes 115 minutes of ELA instruction every day, 90 minutes of mathematics instruction every day, and then 60 minutes of the instruction daily for arts, humanities, physical education, health, social studies, and science. I don't know how you could have gotten my kindergartner. And then it says uninterrupted blocks of time, sit down. And I was like, oh, anyway, in reading through that, we're going to have time to get that done. But my question is going to be around like reducing the duration of those days. So if we were to say add 2 days, drop a few minutes, I just want to know if that's a possibility is my question. So like if we were to go back into those, like these are our hours and we extend 2 days here, extend 2 days here, am I buying time back that way? It's just, that's my question. Okay. Yeah.
Those are totally possible.
Okay. Got it. I'm going to go with Jennings and then I'll hit over to you.
So I did my own research between Melba, Middleton, and Homedale. Our elementary time, just based on the hours in class, are in some cases significantly less than the elementary times at those other 3 districts. However, we spend more time with our high school than any of the other high schools. Is that to buy that buffer that we're talking about?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Jennings, that is one of those reasons. The other piece, Trustee Jennings, is going from, remember our financial scenario of in a block schedule having 16 options for kids. We knew we needed to cut funding. Those school districts, I believe, are Middleton, maybe on a block. I would need to double check. I believe they're on a straight 7-day. That restricts choices for our students. And we did not want to do that. So we went with a tri-6 that allows 2 more options for our students. That is part of that buffer as well, as far as the time.
Secondary.
Correct. In secondary at the high school level.
And so along those lines, the sticky wicket is secondary for a couple of reasons. And at least this is my understanding. Please let me know if I'm misunderstanding something. So first of all, the number of credits that is required to graduate in Nampa is different from the number of credits required in other districts that surround us. And in order for students to receive the number of credits required to graduate that Nampa feels proficient, each student must spend minimum, the state says, of 60 hours. We have 58 hours in each class to receive the credit to demonstrate competency in those skills. Those 2 things combine bulk up our need for hours, minutes overall for the school year. So if we add a day at the beginning or 2 or whatever at the beginning or the end, it does not mitigate the seat time required to meet the minimum graduation credit requirements per student.
And why, I guess I'm confused. Why wouldn't that? Because you would have a student in a chair. So how could that not meet seat time?
Per class, per credit for secondary.
So break that down to me because that is focused in my question.
Yep. So Chair Taylor, Trustee Benz, the issue is when you look at a semester, let's talk a trimester at 6 periods. If you want to add in a day, so we go from 50 days to 51 days, let's say,
Yep.
and let's say we had 3 days to the total calendar, 1 per each trimester.
Yeah, sure.
What we're adding in each course is roughly another 71 minutes to go to that day. Let's say we could take it down. We're not going to have that long a day. Let's go to a 68-minute. We're buying 3 minutes per period, which over the course of the day, we could buy as many as 18 extra minutes out of that. The challenge then is meeting the minimum that Trustee Benz is talking about, and our challenge, particularly in Nampa, of shuttling for CTE. Remember, one of our big challenges is if we start to bundle, what those go down. If the board chooses to stay on a 5-day week, we will have to bundle and we can navigate within that. So there are possibilities there, but Trustee Benz is correct in that idea of have the minimum number of seat hours and where we're targeting. And then over time, those 2 or 4 days don't buy a ton of space there. They do buy some minutes, but again, it's what that does for you over the time. And I've got a number of models that I can show that through. I've worked through all of those. I can show you what that would look like on various start times. If that's 8:30, if that's 7:30, if that's 7:36, if that's 8:12, like we could go through all those and we could look at that.
So let me make sure I'm not suggesting that this is the route that we go. But we have a couple of options to solve this. We could reduce the number of credits required for graduation, which would free up some time. Or we go with the longer days to meet the seat time required per credit in order for students to graduate. Currently, how many more credits does Nampa require for graduation than is required by the state?
Great question. Chair Taylor, Trustee Benz, we actually only require 5 more in our block system. So we have 51 minimum required credits. One of the challenges that we're going to have on a Tri-6, if that's a 4 or a 5 days. So again, I want to be really clear. We're not conflating that. The Tri-6, we're going to need to have the graduation requirement review committee meet next fall to navigate through what subsequent classes of kids are going to need. Because we offer in a Tri-6 72 options for a student. If they only need 51, that means they have 21 courses they don't have to fill. That intention is very specific though. And the reason I want to talk about that, if we have a student who wants to take religious release all 3 trimesters, all 4 years, that's 12 right off the top. So we have 72 options. Now they're down to 60 options within that. At 51, that's a 9 credit buffer, a 9 class buffer, depending on what we do. If they decide to take some CTE courses and go down to 2 CTE certifications, let's say, then they're going to need more electives. So our hope and our plan in building that schedule is to offer student choice, which is one of the things that our community said we want. So that piece is there, and we will need to think about our graduation requirements. If we were to reduce the number of graduation requirements to meet the state minimums, that would be an option. The challenge is what kids are saying and families are saying they want, options to other programming, other electives, that mitigates that in a way that it's not part of our system. We would have to financially go start looking the other way to restrict those numbers. The other major option for the schedule, again, not the 40 student contact week, was to go to a 7-period day, which again, already off the top gets you down to 14 options in a year. Now you're down to 64. If a student wanted to take 8 of those, it gets really, really tricky for how you navigate through.
So then it's a trade-off between choice or length. Correct. But the way that the schedule is designed right now, in order for students to meet those graduation requirements and deem, competent to go out into the wide world, this is the minimum number of hours that we can do. And because it's a per course, it's per day, that's why these days look the way they do. Okay.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Benz, that is correct.
Yep, still not solved. So we're gonna go back here. Yep, sorry. So
I just loaded and sent the board the high school requirement policy, just so you guys have it handy.
yeah. So I'm gonna go back to, this is really about time for me. So I'm gonna let all of that conversation go because I'm confident we're gonna meet the graduation requirements. So maybe what I hear, and I'll regurgitate this back to you and you can tell me if this is correct, is that we're advocating for that time of day. So we have that amount of time in the class per day, I would assume, for like CT and movement. So if we added a day and took time off, would it not allow us as much time for movement in secondary? Is that a yes?
It would decrease the amount of time for movement.
That's what I'm asking.
Yes,
yeah.
correct.
Would it not allow? Because it would decrease.
It would not allow. Yes, yes.
Okay, but it would still satisfy our seat requirement time.
Correct.
Right. So if we added a day and added a day on, that still gives us seat time. That still gives us all of those things. Okay. So say we didn't do that. What's my movement in say that I came to today and I was like, listen, I'm fine with the kids starting at 8:51, but I want them out of elementary at 3:50. Leave the bus conversation, please. I get there are other factors. I just need to be solved in this one. So say that we said, this is great, but I need all elementary school students out by 3:50. Right. And that's what we do. How is that a possibility by adding days, by not adding days, or is this basically what you've given us the most solid piece that you have in saying this is the non-malleable piece in what we're presenting? Is that really it?
Chair Taylor, I do feel it's it's the most malleable we could get without getting into some really, really funky scenarios. Let me give you an example.
Yep.
We could do that and then hold high school until after we do elementary. One of our first initial models was to have elementary second in and first out. But then the day for elementary instruction got really, really cramped. And that's not it's not positive. It's not what we need for our students.
Yeah, we need a certain
So if we say, hey, we're going to keep elementary time there, then what has to happen is secondary then has to go later within the day. And that was not palpable on our high school schedule change survey and what that looks like from a conversation. Those are the pieces that get really, really sticky. So we could do it, but then high school isn't an 8.1 hour day. It's a 9 hour student contact day. That becomes the challenge. So you asked again of the variables. That's where it could go to because of us having the busing variable. And I know you said
I get it. No, I get it.
It's
Because
one
you had
tier
to
or a
take
whole
into
different
account.
world.
Yep. No,
So-
you answered it the way that you needed to. Thank you.
Yep.
Trustee Jennings.
No, sorry, I'm just
Okay.
resting.
Any other questions right here?
Is there serious consideration about reducing the number of credits to the state minimum?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, I would actually say it's the other way, given the amount of options we have. We would want to probably increase to. I'll give an example. Sorry.
No, that was
Dr.
the
Russell.
correct answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the correct answer. Mine is
We can
really
elaborate
just
on it.
on
Yeah.
time. Yeah, I really wish that we could cut all that out because I'm really just asking about time if any of this was.
It would likely lead to more open periods, which is something that I would like not to see.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think Tyler, next slide is not me. So
Tyler, I think we're on slide 10 now, maybe.
Who remembers?
Okay. Trustees here to talk through some of our partners are here. Want to start by just saying, first of all, we are really blessed in Nampa to have some great partners that we've worked with for quite some time in our schools. The Boys and Girls Club, they do have a club at North Nampa, been great partners for many years with Snake River and some of the schools up there, as well as Central, but also have began expand in the last couple of years. And we've had a before and after school program at Iowa that's been very successful. We've had a before and after school program at Willow. Just want to make sure that one's before and that's after for the last couple of years as well. With our schools filling up, there is now a need to be able to still provide those services, and those schools may not have the space to do that. So we're going to talk about a little bit the Boys and Girls Club, and then we'll go into YMCA. They're also right now doing several programs at several of our schools. And then our rec center is something we've partnered with for years and helped our kids kind of get over in their programs, and they're also willing to partner with us. So next slide, Tyler. Next slide for the Boys and Girls Club here. Just some of the programs that the club does. It does focus on education. They have a power hour there. They do some things in the summer. They do provide some tutoring. Some of our staff sometimes comes over and helps them. They really focus on leadership and building that leadership within the kids. It's great to see them working with our kids there. Those are just a couple examples, and they could expand upon that if they'd like. They do play some athletics and activities and just help them with those things. They got some intramural sports and really physical fitness on kind of that well-rounded student they work with. Health and wellness there, the nutrition and food services. Again, happy to discuss kind of what they currently do in their programs, and they could share that with you if you have questions on that. And then the arts. If you've ever been to their gala, they often auction off some of their art things. It's just great to see some of the kids and some of the programs they have there. Next slide, Tyler. So currently, just some facts here about what the Boys and Girls Club do feed. 94% of the students that they feed are on free and reduced lunch. So it is that population that needs that support. And then they do strive to make sure that they get well-rounded meals at no additional cost for the families or for the students. On their school days, there are members that they enjoy supper. So when they go there after school, they get a supper before they go home. And the days when we are closed, they do provide all three, breakfast, lunch, and supper as well. And of course, they can expand upon that if we have questions for them. Next slide, Tyler. So as we mentioned, we are getting filled up, and space is going to be a concern to be able to continue to have them at Willow and Iowa. And this would be a great opportunity for Centennial to be a possible spot for them to operate a before and after school program, and also a program on Fridays if we go to the 4-day. So if we stay on 5-day, it still would be a benefit to have them there as a before and after school program. It could be a nice opportunity for us to have a spot in South Nampa for our families in South Nampa. And so we have one in North and South. And this just shares about some of the needs that they would have if we were to kind of expand into that. We could elaborate on some of those, but those are some things they'd be looking at if we were to go there. Next slide.
Sorry, Dr. Russell, here's the elaboration. If Centennial were to be used for the Boys and Girls Clubs, who would carry the insurance for that building? School district?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, my understanding would still be ours, but I don't know off the top of my head. Melissa, do you have that answer? Yeah, they carry it.
Good answer.
Let's go to the next slide. And then if we have questions, we'll have Melissa come up and answer some of those. So one of the questions that we thought would be important to present is safety, because one of the reasons why the district chose to close Centennial, even though the building was in good shape, was because there was a safety issue. This is something the Boys and Girls Club has been exploring with the Nampa Police Department about possibly having a SRO substation there. And so having the police presence around would help mitigate some of those concerns that may be there if there is questions on that. They'd be happy to elaborate as they've had discussions on that.
Dr. Russell?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. Again, all of this is still possible if we choose not to go to a 4-day school week, right? Because Centennial is going to be empty.
Yep.
Yep.
I just
Absolutely.
want to make sure that we're not.
Yeah, this 4-day or 5-day, I still think this is a great benefit for the community, great benefit for our kids and our families to be able to have a location in South Napa and a great use for the building as well.
Agreed.
Last slide, I think, deals with some of the costs. We thought it'd be important at least to share the costs that we'd look at if we went to a 4-day, what that would need to be able to support some of our families. And you can see how that's kind of broken out. There is a cost for additional salaries. There is some cost for some of the potential meals. And again, that's one of the details that we still need to work out further if we to do that. There's a total there. The district would cover a majority of that. However, having a south location does allow Melissa to do a great job of fundraising, and she is a great fundraiser. And they do have their gala coming up, and this is something that I know they could push towards that. And she could probably answer some more questions around that as well. But wanted to at least look at the cost there. But yes, to answer that question again, this is something that we have an opportunity to do for a 4-day or a 5-day. And it really would allow us to have more space for some of our students because the need is there. Our need for our families are there, and it's a great use of the building for that. Any questions for the Boys and Girls Club? I know we have some stuff for the YMCA as well. They're a great partner of ours, and they're here. Melissa, come up and they'll answer any questions you may have.
All right, trustees, questions for Melissa?
Yeah. Hi, Melissa. Where does your funding come from right now?
Chair Taylor, trustees, thanks for having me. It's private donations, it's grants, it's everything. It's the community supporting us. So this would be a big push that we need to get ready by fall, whether we go 4-day or 5-day. It's an additional cost.
Does any funding come from the city at all? Do they have any block grants or anything?
We do have community block grants. We do not receive any at this point. Part of that is we have to identify, we have to collect their pay stubs, and we don't do that for our families. 94% of our kids qualify for free and reduced lunch. It is self-reported, and the amount that we would receive from that, we are looking for our scholarship kids. We have a lot of kids that can't afford $25 a year because they have 4 or 5 kids, and now that's $125. And so we are looking and working with the city about what if they cover that scholarship funds, but it's minimal when we're only charging $25 a year. And then if they applied for a scholarship, we would use them as they would have to provide that additional paperwork that they require.
So I know this is going to be a difficult question to ask, but how many students does the Boys and Girls Club serve now?
I have that. So
that's not the difficult part of the question.
No. So just so you know, Help and Sell. So that's our main site off Garrity. All 3 locations minus Willow Creek. We probably could take a little bit more, but we're really at capacity at all 3 locations. Help and Sell, last year we had 1,271 kids.
Unique kids going in?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Iowa, 294, and Willow Creek is 220. Our daily average for Nampa is about 350. We see a flip. We are a drop-in program. So your child can come one day. So we see a lot on Wednesdays. We have kids that only come on those full days. And then we have kids that come every minute we're open, as many days as we're open. So it's a drop-in program.
Are you open 7 days?
We're open 5, Monday through Friday.
Okay. So here's the hard part of the question.
Mm-hmm.
You said average about 350 a day total. What would you anticipate the increase of number of students if the district decides to go to a 4-day week?
Chair Taylor, trustees, Kirkman. So it would be additional proposed average of 265 kids a day. What that means for us, though, is it'd probably be closer to that 500, 550 kids a day, because we'll see it for, like I said, it's a drop-in program. And so we see a switch in summer. months. And so we'll lose some of our kids that are after school kids and only come during the summer. But it'd be a proposed daily average of 265 kids a day with Centennial alone, not counting what we're already doing. Some of those kids would transfer from Iowa and Willow. We're really concerned about that. With the new boundaries, we probably aren't going to have space. And between those two schools, I have 350 kids I am worried about. What do we do with them?
And at this point right now, in the 5 days that you're open, how do the kids get to the Boys and Girls Clubs? I'm not talking about the schools. I'm talking about the location out on Gary.
Yeah, Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, we have great partnerships with Nampa School District as well as Salvation Army and the Rec Center. And there is a bus through Brown Bus that also works with us and stops at all 3 locations so we can get there. That is our concern for Friday, and we're trying to work with that with the districts of, I don't expect buses from all neighborhoods in Nampa, but there's target areas that I think we need to look at of putting those supports into making sure kids have ability to come to the club on Fridays or Mondays.
Whatever one it
Yep. Yeah.
possibly could be.
Yes.
And how late do you stay open? How late are those kids there?
So we stay open until 6:30 p.m. every day. On Fridays for our teens, we stay open every Friday until 10 p.m. And twice a month for our tweens, because we know middle school is hard, we stay open until 10 p.m. for them as well and do tween night and teen night.
I really was thinking of some hard questions, but you nailed all of them.
So Melissa, I have some questions. Trustees, any other questions for Melissa? First, I just think you're an incredible community partner because I'm talking to you now and I talked to you during COVID. And so I just want to thank you for your heart for children. I feel that way every time I see you. And you're just such a resource for this community. Do you believe that you feel like you will have to provide, I'm trying to find my question. In the conversation of a 4-day school week, do you feel like it's something that your resources can prepare for, or do you feel like it's something that if we were to make that decision, we would leave you in default? Would we leave you longing? Would we leave you chasing?
Chair Taylor, trustees.
I know that's the hard question.
It is a hard question.
I'm sorry it was me. I really was hoping that Jeff would just ask you this question and I was going to be like, that's a great question, but.
Yeah. So there is challenges for us. With that said, we have an amazing board. An amazing team and staff. We're going to do what's necessary, just like we did in COVID.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, we deal with tough kids and tough families and ones that are trying to make it. And so there's no chance we can close on a Friday or a Monday. We have to be open for our families and we're going to figure it out. That's how I believe is it comes together and we have to figure it out for our families.
Yeah. And I feel like you always do that. Sometimes I wonder, are you more equipped to do it than we are? I guess that's really where my thought has been through all this. I loved when you became a part of the conversation. And I say this because I think that we have hypothetical poverty conversation. I was a poverty kid, right? So I don't know sometimes where we talk about these things that it makes as much as a difference as if we hope it does. So oftentimes when we received emails from people about what about the kids that are hungry, my question has become, are your kids hungry or do you know somebody's that are? And I say this because during COVID, I got to do that with you where we tracked kids, right? And the COVID kids that weren't on school or weren't online learning, they were in Airbnbs in California because that's what the parents had used the money for, right? Like, so I think that sometimes it's the thought of, are we really doing good or are we really doing good? And today when I was talking to the chair of the Middleton board, because this is a big decision for us, right? And we were talking about those partnerships for kids and you're such a good resource for us. And that's really what you're designed to do is you're designed to work with those families. You're designed for those situations. And so I love that you're part of that conversation here. Do you find that supporting kids on Fridays will be harder than say supporting kids after school or harder than supporting kids in the summer or harder than supporting kids on spring break?
Chair Taylor, trustees, it's a hard question. Again, transportation is going to be key for our families.
Got it.
We've got to make sure that we identify through the schools, through PD, through everyone, who those families are and making sure they have supports around them. With that said, that's what we do. So the meals questions, we are CACFP approved, which is the Child and Adult Food Program. We provide supper every night for our kids. We used to do snacks. And it was great, but it's not enough for our families. And we found that. We have kids that come to the club just to get food. And so on the full days, for example, CACFP will provide lunch and a snack. And that's not good enough for us. We need breakfast, lunch, and we need supper. We need a heavy meal for them to eat. And so we figure out how to cover the rest of that amount. And so again, the partnership with Nampa School District is is the key. We've got to work together to support our kids, and we'll do what is necessary to do it. With Centennial, we'll double our footprint overnight.
Yep.
And so we'll be able to take that on. We do hire some of your employees, both in nutrition department and as teachers, to come and tutor. So we'll be still working with them. And so once they're done with the school hours, we hire them to come over and help our families too. So I do expect a need. With the time frame, we're a little worried about our programs because they're
Sure.
probably not going to get to the club until 5. And so we're working and talking with our current tutors right now about what that looks like on their every other Friday. Maybe that's when we do all of our tutoring. What does that look like? We're still working through those details. But we're here to support. My board is committed. I'm committed to make sure that we figure it out and we support our kids.
You're always committed. Yeah, one more question. I just want to finish this if you don't mind. So how do we get kids to you on spring break?
So it's a drop-in program. So we do not have busing from
Do
that.
you see a huge amount of your kids disappear over spring break when busing isn't a possibility? And I guess I should say, since you have so many numbers, how many of your kids do you see disappear?
Chair Taylor, trustees. So I'll just use Help Install. It's our busiest site. We have 230 kids a day there. That is max capacity. I'd invite you all to come for a tour and fill it. You'll know it's there. But on a typical spring break day or teacher in-service day or Christmas break, we'll see about 150 to 160 kids out of that 230. So we still get quite a few, but we do see a drop in numbers. Summer is completely different. We flip-flop, but some of that is because we're seeing those kids that only come during the summer. And so we'll lose some of our after-school kids and pick up some of those summer kids.
Okay. Thank you, Melissa.
Yep.
Trustee Sue, sorry.
I'm really bothered by something you said. We live in the greatest nation in the world, and we have kids that have to rely on the Boys and Girls Club for food because we can't fill that as a government. So it's very sad. So
It is very sad.
Yeah.
It is very sad. And it is sad. And it's just a testament to the work that you do. And I wish that I've been to that location. My kids have utilized that location, and the work you do is incredible and so necessary. Like, the community owes you a debt they have no idea that they do. Sorry. Now back to this.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Sue, just to comment on that. That is why we started serving suppers. A year ago, last November, our board worked really hard, and we got community partners, and we remodeled our kitchen, and we serve all of our meals. So every site, whether you're at Willow or Iowa, will get a hot meal every day after school. And again, it's because of our community that we provide that. We also pick up that extra because CACFP, those federal programs you're talking about, they only cover a certain point and a certain amount of those meals. So for full days, it's hard because they don't cover breakfast and supper. They'll cover lunch and snacks. So then we go out of our own operating budget and pull in that extra funds for supper to make sure it's a full meal. Yep.
So looping back around to the conversation that we were having earlier, if you are utilizing the Nampa School District facilities on that day where students are not in attendance, and we're able to partner with you for nutritional services, our staff, your staff, whatever, we cooperate there, what would that look like? What kind of an impact would that have?
Yeah, Chair Taylor, Trustee Ben.
Chair Table.
So we still have to work through that with the school district. So for summer program, it's different. And the school districts get first right at those sites. So for example, Help Install, there was an summer school program at Snake River. And so we couldn't serve those meals at Help Install because of our Garrity location, because they were serving it. But we have a great partnership again with you guys. And so we took our kids over there, served them the meals, and came. When that summer school was done, we picked up those meals. Another point with meals is even if you're not a member, any kid can come to the club and we will feed them. So whether they're members or not, of course, we're going to try to put our arms around them because if they're coming, they need it. And we'll scholarship those fees to make sure they're a member so they can come any day. But we did in the summer have a few that would come every day and just grab lunch and then they would leave. So
thank you.
Any other questions for Melissa, trustees?
Yes, but I'll hold on to them. I want to hear, do we have anyone from the rec center and
I don't believe the rec center. We do from the YMCA.
The YMCA.
So I have Mr. Stoffer kind of come up and maybe share a little about the YMCA. He had the privilege of working with them at Sherman, and we can also have Rebecca if she would like to join.
I think he walked out about 20 minutes ago.
Trustee Taylor, I don't see the YMCA rep here right now,
They
but
leave.
I think they moved on out. So, but I definitely, we can share a little bit about what they have involved for us as well. And currently the YMCA works in 4 of our buildings, one of them being Snake River, but that program will be suspended with its movement to a different type of student population. So that will leave them serving through the 21st Century Grant in Endeavor, Sherman, and in Central. Those schools will be able to continue. And the model that we're showing in front of you is the one that they are using in Middleton. They are really the partners for Middleton on the 5th day. So they have had experience doing this with a 4-day work week. So they provided their platform that they're currently using. So right now, these are kind of the things that they promised. That's our slide 1. The next slide is actually the time frame, and it gives you a little bit of a schedule of what would happen. They are open from that 7 to 6 p.m. time frame. They did tell us that they could be open a little bit later until that 6:30 time frame when we were working with them on just discussing what this potentially would look like. Now, the difference with this program is that this program is funded through the 21st Century Grant at the state, which would allow the kids to attend for free for this program. So this would be, again, no cost to the kids that they are able to serve and the families are able to serve. They would be able to up their current number of kids. They're serving 24 right now, but they'd be able to move that to 36 kids. And they felt very comfortable about moving that to 36 students at each one of their sites for those 3 sites. They also have the capacity, and through their YMCA in Caldwell, there is some food production services that they have there. They're also partner currently with Middleton, and that's how they do some of their food services as well. And we have talked with them about how that partnership, and we're working through that partnership depending on which way we go. But again, this would be something that they have already done before. They are currently doing it at Middleton. They're Middleton's partner right now for their community services as well. So that is the why. So again, be able to increase our current capacity, 36 per 3 sites. So it's roughly 108, I think it is, somewhere around 108, 110, somewhere in that realm. They do have capacity if there were more numbers and we needed to increase that. There is some capacity for them to increase that. They did think if push came to shove, they could move that up to 48 and adding another 12 per site. It's all about the space that they would be allocated during that Friday in those sites. But they are site specific because of the grant. The grant is specific, but they'd be able to receive kids also from other sites as well.
Is there any financial from the school district for that?
No, because, excuse me, Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, because it's part of the 21st Century Grant, there would be no financial obligation to the district for this program.
Well, how long does the 21st Century Grant go to the 22nd century?
Trustee Taylor, Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman.
Tongue twister.
We're getting table, everything
Table
tonight.
chair.
Yeah, table chair.
Table chair.
We're going to call it
ottoman.
Kirkman. We're calling you Man Kirk, so
Yeah,
it's going to
whatever.
come.
Man
So with
Been
that,
called worse.
they are 5-year grants, and I think we're in year 3 of this grant, and they are renewable with the state. So we're in year 3. They do have 5. They are 5 years though.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Stoffer on the YMCA? Okay.
Now, our next partner, if I may, is with the Rec Center. They have currently a Kids in Action program, which is a program that they house inside of the Rec Center right now. They have a schedule that there's lots of activities that are available through the Rec Center, just its capacity and its building. Their connections throughout the city, being part of the city, they have lots of opportunities for parks, for field trips per se. They have the same STEM type of activities that the other programs, just a lot of access points for them. There is a main difference between the Rec Center and the rest of the other programs we've been talking about. It is the financial component of it. They do have a $3 per hour component. It does include a snack, and it does include all of their costs for all the fun activities that they do. So there's no cost above and beyond that. They are a full day for 6:30 to 6:30. They're open 12 hours. We do currently, as was mentioned earlier, work with them in after-school programs in which busing is provided. And we have it both in the morning and the afternoon where buses pick up during the school week. The other component is they have the capacity for 100 to 120 kids when that is built out in their current infrastructure. Again, they have the ability to expand if they have more space. They are able to expand to greater numbers, and that when we ask what that number would may be, and they're like, well, how much space can we have? And then they could scale out from there. One of the things where they're currently at is they fluctuate both in the morning and the afternoon. They fluctuate during the summer. Much like what you've heard from the Boys and Girls Club, there's different peaks and valleys during their time, but they know that they feel very comfortable in being able to add 50. They fluctuate between 50 and 75. So if you look at the numbers that they're capable of, that's an additional 50 to 75 kids that they'd be able to add depending on the day.
Okay. Trustees, do we have questions for Mr. Stuffer on the rec center?
Is there a meal or is it just snacks?
They do have a meal, excuse me, Chair Taylor, Trustee Sue, they do have a meal available for parents to either one bring or two that it's for an additional cost. They have two different internal food vendors that they use that they work that out with the individual families. So that's why it's a little bit different in nature than the other two that we have shared.
Okay, Trustee Benz, did you have a question? Oh, no. Okay, sorry, I thought I saw that your hand went up. Okay. Is this it on programs or partners?
There's one more that is not on here, but we'd just like to mention as well, Chair Taylor, and that is dealing with a grant that we did procure this past year through the district with some help at our staff at Endeavor. We now have received a grant for daycare for the staff members. We have been running a pilot for this past year. The grant did come through, which we're able to double that amount, and that we're looking at moving and housing it in our Greenhurst building. So we'll have an opportunity to have more daycare available, and it is a staff-based grant, but just wanted to kind of add that in there as well, that there will be other opportunities that are coming through grants that we have procured.
And I just want to take this opportunity to say that Endeavor loves that program, and Heather Yarbrough has said it's been life-changing and such a good retention metric and so helpful for her staff. So I just want to throw that out there. With that, since that ends, we're going to take a 10-minute health break because I would assume that the rest of our content is also just as heavy. Dr. Russell?
Yeah, just Chair Taylor, one real quick thing just for the board to have information as well. I know there was some concern about what if our employees need care on a Friday. We talked with our partners, and our employees could have a preference if they need a spot for their students while they go to work on those Fridays, and we've talked with them about that. So just another option.
Have a preference. Have
Questions
a spot.
on this?
Have a spot if needed. If they choose Boys and Girls Club, they can have a spot there.
Oh, I
if they
see.
choose the Y. So our staff can have a preference.
Let me get this straight. So the staff would have preferential spots at these community partners that we're looking at. Okay.
Okay,
Chair Taylor,
please.
I recognize what you said. Are we ready to vote on this and then take a break, or do you feel like we need to take a break?
I need more information, but I also need a health break.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is
I think we're only
somebody else
halfway
ready to
through,
vote? Yeah, we're
right?
only halfway
Okay.
through the
Oh,
presentation.
good grief, no.
We're more than half.
Oh, good, we're more than
We have
halfway through.
to-
So 10 minutes, that means 7:52.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're asking a tough question.
Dr. Russell?
Yeah, Chair Taylor, trustees, we have Officer Jason Cantrell from the Napa Police Department here to answer any questions that we may have around student safety, particularly at Centennial with the Boys and Girls Club.
Great. Trustees, do we have questions
Mhm.
for Officer Cantrell? Please.
Anyone else wants to go first? Sorry, I got goldfish in my mouth. Okay.
The snack.
So I had, full disclosure, I had a conversation with Mayor Kling last night, and we talked a lot about safety and the possibility of what it might look like for law enforcement with 13,000 kids out on the quote unquote streets on Friday or Monday instead of in school. Any comment, any perspective from law enforcement on what that might look? Is there concern? Or am I asking the right person?
I'm ready when you are.
Go ahead.
You could have said no and just walked right out for effect, for dramatic
Trailer,
effect.
Trustee Kirkman. So we're going to deal with the students that you're talking about, whether they're in school or they're out of school, it's summertime or it's on the weekends. We've had discussions about that as an administrative staff, as well as manpower reasons and on the SRO school division. But we're going to deal with the kids that you're referring to and including in this conversation, whether they're in school or out of school. We had discussions and concerns, but ultimately we won't know until we see it. We're prepared to shift manpower and do the things to be able to protect the city and also provide law enforcement resources to hypothetically some of the restaurants and other things that we know kids hang out at during after football games and those type of events. We want to be able to provide a safe place for our Nampa students and the community to enjoy the community after school events. So we're prepared for, or we will be prepared if we get any type of indication that this is going to be a problem.
But you don't foresee it as being any different than what you see now?
That is correct.
I have a question regarding Centennial. I know for a long time there have been conversations. I love how you guys are paired at the Hope and Cell location where we have law enforcement and Boys and Girls Club like all in one area. Are you guys excited about that potential collaboration at Centennial? Is that something that you guys have talked through about stationing somebody at Centennial and using that for the benefit of your guys' team as well?
Sure, Taylor. I've had a great opportunity to work with Melissa and the Boys and Girls Club. I've been in law enforcement for 25 years, and schools are near and dear to my heart. I've been the SRO supervisor for a couple of years, and again, had the opportunity to work with the Boys and Girls Club at the Garrity, at that location next to Snake River. And so what this is just adds another opportunity for us to work with the Boys and Girls Club. Our plan would be to split the SRO division in half, so we would have a better response time to the schools. They would have a office very similar to what we do at the Boys and Girls Club now, for officers to do reports and as well as on breaks and other things interact with the students. So this gives us the ability to have a secondary location or basically another location for the school resource officer division to house officers basically on a full-time aspect.
This is a perspective question based on, sorry, trustees, does anybody else have any questions before I move on to my next one and monopolize all of your time? Okay, perfect. Trustee Benz, sorry, and I'll write mine down.
And I can wait until after yours.
You are good. I can remember this. Yep. And I want to make sure. Yeah.
Okay. So the question that I have is a broader community conversation about the role of SROs. So there's some people who are very familiar with the role of SROs and they love SROs. And there are other people who are unfamiliar with the role of SROs and the thought of that makes them nervous. Could you explain to us what an SRO is, what their duties are, and how much of that is mentoring versus protection? Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Taylor, Benz, ultimately, law enforcement, the SRO, school resource officer, is assigned to a specific school or schools, and their primary responsibility is law enforcement. However, they are also adults that are in the community, and they take on that role, and they are picked when they are selected as a SRO. They are chosen because of their passion for the community and specifically the kids. They have taken on an educational portion. They spend their time walking the hallways. They spend their time. I know we have SROs that are coaches. We have SROs that have done instructional things. We have SROs that volunteer outside of their work time to coach at different schools and work within inside the school district. So they spend a lot of time mentoring. I couldn't tell you in a 10-hour day or an 8-hour day how much they actually spend with the mentoring, but I know it's an unprecedented amount in the fact that they're just out there. We have kids that I've seen at a elementary age talking with SROs that I then see at a high school age, and they have built that relationship and that bond that they go to them when there's issues and problems that we wouldn't have that ability to, or wouldn't have had that if we didn't have the SRO program, as well as the support and for lack of a better term, the connection that we have with the Nampa School District. We have a great working relationship. I'm consistently talking to on a daily basis with different staff from the district office or other schools, and I'm not even an SRO. And so just being a supervisor of the SRO, I know our officers are mentoring kids on a daily basis, even an hourly basis.
Thank you.
Dr. Russell, on the SRO, sorry, is the funding for additional SROs, was that attached to the levy? I can't remember. It was.
Yeah, Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, it was, and we've been in discussions with our police department and working on how to
what that'll look like.
Yeah, what that'll look like and get more. And I think we're making some good progress on that.
Okay, thank you.
Trustees, I believe along these lines that Melissa has a comment that she'd like to make in conjunction with our SRO.
Yeah. Chair Taylor, trustees, I have to tell you that our SROs are crucial to the Boys and Girls Club. We deal with kids that maybe not see the police in most light. They're seeing them on their worst days. And so having them go through the club and play a game of pool, playing dodgeball with our kids, also dealing with some of the situations that they just need that extra guidance, having them through our building is essential for our program. We are unique with Boys and Girls Club of America. They are using us as some of their models for Boys and Girls Club of America because of our partnership with the PD. But when we started talking about Centennial, that was the first thing to my mind and made a call because they have to come with us. So.
Good, I'd love to hear that. And that's really a perfect segue into the question that I had. It seems to me in my dealings with the Boys and Girls Club that you guys are actually able to work with kids a little bit differently than you are, say, in the school setting. Like, I don't know that you have the same opportunities to come to our school and say, join a game of dodgeball like you do at the Boys and Girls Club, which I think is amazing. So my question was more of a perspective question on, do you find that you get to have a little bit more effective bonding time or mentoring time at the Boys and Girls Club than you say maybe do here at times? Or is that a moot point? I know sometimes it gets a lot.
No worries.
It's a statement and a question and a thought.
So Taylor, ultimately, I would say that I find my officers out actually playing dodgeball or basketball more than I would as a supervisor. I often look at them and like, is there more effective work that you should be doing? However,
so what I hear you is that playtime is happening. Okay.
So
gotcha.
at the Boys and Girls Club, we are seen more as a friendly face. And their priorities on the law enforcement side is not there as it is at the school district. For the school district, we provide safety and security upmost. And then the secondary stuff is the investigations related to crimes. And then after that is the bonding and what's supporting the kids.
Yeah. And you guys do that very well.
Yep,
A few years ago, my children had an egging incident. My children were the eggers and you guys they needed punished. You guys took care of it, and you guys also handled the situation. So thank you. You guys do a very good job.
Thank you.
Chair Taylor.
Please.
So I just want you to kind of elaborate. So I spoke with Deputy Chief Schenkel in regards to the SROs working 4 on 3 off. In the event the board were to decide to go to a 4-day school week, he had mentioned that it would actually help you guys fulfill more obligation on any given day. But would that also take away then from the Friday events that you guys are involved with?
Chairman Taylor, trustees Jennings, it would not. Our guys would continue to work the after-school events. So any football games, basketball games, any event that needs security, our SROs are the first ones that are provided that opportunity. And then after that, it would go to a patrol officer. I very rarely ever see the opportunity not be taken by a school resource officer. For instance, if they have a Skyview football game, typically the SRO for Skyview will work that event. If she's unable to, then one of the other SROs will pick up that event. So it's typically I very rarely see a SRO not work those type of events.
And even with like the Boys and Girls Club, similar situation, we'll have plenty of staff, even if we have everyone working those.
Yeah. To answer your question, yes. They'd work a Monday, whatever the school district would work, our officers would work those same days. However, we would, the substation, or for lack of a better term, the Centennial substation would be open to all officers, and they would stop in, and then they would also have the ability to interact with the kids at the Boys and Girls Club.
Awesome. Just two of my favorite programs that the school works with. You're going to see this. Sorry, trustees, other questions for our SRO or Melissa in this capacity? No. So full disclosure, he has to go.
Yeah,
so if
thanks,
we're letting
Lieutenant.
him go. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank
you. Great. Dr. Russell, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Chair Taylor, trustees, just continuing on. We are more than halfway through.
Oh, good.
Back to the PowerPoint there, Tyler. If we would move to slide 26. Just going to briefly go through again the survey, just to remind of the survey again that was sent out. Again, over 3,000 respondents there, broken down. And again, you'll see there the preferences for Fridays was 66% on the proposed schedule. 56% on the the day of the schedule, looking at the amount of hours, and then whether we should do 4-day or not. Again, 60%. When you break that down, slide 27, Tyler, and you look at our parent responses, 59% were in support. When you break that down, next slide, Tyler, to our staff, 73% were in support. And then the next slide, Tyler, if you break that down into our students, 50% were in support there. Happy to answer any questions if you have any questions on the survey. I just wanted to bring some of that information up.
Trustees, we've seen these before, but any questions here on these surveyor slides?
Chair Taylor, not necessarily a question, but a comment, because this was very telling to me as I went back and looked at this data. It's no surprise to me that our staff want to go to a 4-day student contact week.
And why is it no surprise to you?
Because they're staff. If I was a teacher, I think that would be great. Gives me extra time to plan, maybe a 3-day weekend, whatever the case might be.
Okay.
I think that's the reality what is surprising to me in this data is the student response. I was surprised to see 50% of the students wanting to go to a 4-day student contact week. I thought that would have been about 90%, honestly. And just kind of looking at this and interpreting it myself, when we're looking at, we read it when we started this meeting, our focus is on kids. Not necessarily teachers, not necessarily parents, but they are part of the equation. I totally understand that. The focus on students, the focus on kids, and this came into a little bit more clarity for me today when I asked a coworker who used to be a teacher, and I said, "What's your opinion on this?" And we had this discussion. We were talking about all these different things, and he looked at me. He says, "What's your focus, Jeff?" And I said, "What are you talking about?" He says, "What's your focus as a board trustee?" And I said, "Students." And he goes, "There you go." And it took me back to this data. And I thought about that a little bit more. If only half of our students want a 4-day student contact week, why aren't we focused on that? Why are we more focused on, I get why, and these are theoretical questions. I just want to bring that up because I don't think that's been discussed as much, and I hadn't thought about it before. But I just wanted to make that comment because I do think that sometimes we miss that and we're so focused on all these other things that are going on. But our students half of our students don't want to go to a 4-day student contact week.
And I was thinking about that too as I was reading through the emails from various parties. The student ones tended to center around the activities, the orchestra, the band, the sports, etc. And I wonder how much of this response was I don't know what the schedule is gonna look like, kind of knee-jerk reaction to the idea of losing that extra day. I wonder if we were to repeat this survey with the information that, hey, the activities are going to be preserved, this is what it looks like. I wonder if the results would be different. Does that make sense?
It does. And there's so many variables that weren't flushed out. And I don't think they could be flushed out in the amount of time that we had. But maybe there's even some students in there thinking, like we were just talking about, but food and nutrition and maybe they thought, well, what am I going to do on a Friday?
Right.
I don't want to go to a 4-day because what am I going to do on a Friday? Now, again, these are theoretical questions and hypotheses, but it really made sense when my coworkers brought me back to its focus on the students. But anyways, I just want to bring that up when we got to the survey.
Well, but why we're saying that, I think that that's the argument for 4-day, because most of our students actually came forward and talking about how they wanted to keep their choices, their CT. And I think the 4-day arguably gives them that plus the time, plus the ability to not bundle.
Yes.
So I just have a hard time saying that this isn't a student-led decision. I'm really impressed to actually hear how many people we each talked to. Like, I loved you throwing out that you've already been talking to our police. I love that you're talking to Mayor Kling. I think that this was a decision that took us like far and wide because number one, we're the largest district. And number two, we're looking for data that doesn't necessarily always exist post-COVID. I mean, realistically, schools have gone through, so many things. But I think that this is a soft landing for our Tri-6 and anybody that I've talked to down to which, by the way, you guys, the Middleton chair was actually very complimentary of our board. And I just felt like you all could hear that with me because it felt really good. But they were a little bit apprehensive in the beginning, but they wouldn't go back. And she was also very clear that their 4 days what helped them to mitigate COVID as well. And that's why they were able to go back in person so quickly.
But the demographics of the Middleton School District is vastly different than the demographics.
And I would tell you that we're paying attention to that with our partners, which is what I talked to her about. And we're partnering with people who are very much more set to focus on the demographic than we're discussing versus the school district. And I think that that's the conversation that also needs to happen here. And I only want to go back because this is something I've given so much thought to, and I've just reached out far and wide and, read Critchfield's message. I only have a senior this year. And so my fear was I wasn't feeling the weight of this choice like everybody else would. It's almost feels kind of crippling to not have, you know what I mean? Because you just don't feel it the same. But realistically speaking, I couldn't find anybody that when the push came to shove, do you know this family or who's affected, that really could answer this question other than our fear of what this was. Now, I know that there's some undefined variables, but I think that that's going to be moving forward with all the change that we've made. I have actually found that most of the complaints come from a Tri-6 and not necessarily a 4-day. And what's unfortunate is I think that the Tri-6 and the 4-day are being lumped together. And realistically speaking, I don't know how we couldn't increase student success without giving teachers more time to prep and plan and go over things like IEPs and individual learning plans. And I don't think that we have a COVID situation. When we were closed in COVID, we couldn't feed kids because we couldn't reach kids, but let me be clear, we couldn't find kids. And those kids who we are worried about not getting food, those parents aren't home thinking of feeding their kids. Those parents are either out getting loaded, which happens, or those parents are, when we found those parents, they're maybe misusing the funds that they were giving that were supposed to feed and put their kids in
Well,
school.
Chair Taylor, you're making generalizations there when
I'm trying to
just
not
a
make-
second ago, you were saying it's the fear that you don't really see is there.
Well, what I'm saying is the fear of it. Like you're all talking about, like on the 4th day, can we feed kids? Do you know specifically a kid
well,
that
when
we
I went
can't
to, like,
feed? Or
exactly,
like that's what I'm asking because
So when I went to Snake River and I talked to Elia Sanchez, I mean, that was, And full disclosure, again, when I had that conversation, that was her biggest concern of a 4-day school week. She works with this population.
Right.
Now, I agree, we're not supposed to be babysitters. However, the reality and the demographics of this community is what it is. And when you talk to the resource centers at Iowa and Snake River and Central Elementary, which I have, that's where I hear that, is from those folks and the staff members that are dealing with those students on a daily basis and their families on a daily basis.
And do you not find that the conversations from our community
Well,
partner are also dealing
No,
with it?
I appreciate that and I love that. My concern though is, are we at some point, if we were to decide to go to a 4-day week, are we going to end up relying too much on our community partners? I don't know. That's the reality we don't know. I mean, Boys and Girls Club, I have no doubt that you will step up. I have no doubt that the community partners will step up. However, when you're solely funded on grants and donations, at what point is that saturated with the students that need that support and that help on that one day?
And are you not like, and I guess this is for my clarification now that we're having the conversation, with all of the concern that we got about that, do you guys not see that as a good use of our funds to put that money?
Oh, I
towards
totally
that
think
with
it's
the
a
Boys and
great
Girls
use
Club?
of, it's
Like,
not that
because
at all,
to me,
Chair Taylor,
that
it's not.
sounded like a good ask, because what I heard mostly was, this is a great decision for me. What about kids who can't eat? And so then my question was, okay, can you point me to that person, or is this a generalized
No,
fear
It's the sustainability. That's my concern. I think
of this program?
of possibly relying too much on community partners to care for this segment of our population that otherwise would have been served on a Friday or a day that they had been at school. Now, again, can they do it? Absolutely. I have no doubt that you can.
I feel like you already are.
Absolutely.
I just want to throw that out there.
And again, and that is an effective, I think that's an extremely effective use of funds, whether it comes from the school district, whether it comes from donations or grants or whatever. Absolutely. It's a need and they are doing the best they can to meet that need. My concern is not a fear. I'm not fearful of any of this. I'm just concerned about the unknowns. At some point, are we going to be relying too much on those community partners to, for lack of a better term, pick up the slack?
I also hear that. I hear the nervousness about the staff expansion, the resource expansion. I don't know. So we can only do so much. And we have problems that are insoluble, for lack of a better term.
It's actually true.
Aren't you the English teacher?
Yeah, that was actually a really good word. It was really a good word.
But the concerns that I have are similar to what Trustee Kirkman just described. It's the kids on the edge. It's the kids whose families do not qualify for SNAP benefits or whatever, but they have just enough to get through the week as it is. And they're relying on, the school to provide those meals that they can't pick up right now. Not that they're not wanting to, not that they're not trying their best, but it's those kids on the edge, the bubble kids that weigh heavily on my heart. I don't know that we have a silver bullet that's going to solve that problem. The other concerns that I have, and this I guess is a selfish concern of mine as a parent who has an elementary age child and is a single parent who has to get to work in the morning. The fact that the times for elementary are going to be so much later fills me with a little bit of trepidation, because that means I have to leave my child, who is rather responsible. He's going to be a fourth grader. He's almost going to be in middle school. He should be able to be okay. He's within walking distance of the school. We have good neighbors who will keep an eye on him. But it still fills me with trepidation. Is he going to make it to school on time? Is he going to miss the bus because I'm not there to, push him out the door? Granted, it's not a very long time right now that he's, has to get out there by himself, but it will be longer. What about the other parents who might have to worry about an even longer time period.
Well, what about the parents that it works for because it's the later start time? Or what about the divorcee like that I talked to today and is super excited that the Friday or the Monday would help her transition her divorced family? Like, do you see
No,
what I'm saying?
I understand.
Yeah, so I
That's why
hear that.
say-
Yeah.
That's why I say,
Yeah.
this is kind of a
No, but it's
selfish
true because
concern.
there's other parents like that
Yeah,
as well. And I think that that's fair, but I think that there's the other side of that we also have a lot of parents that this would work for or families that this would work for. And I think we did hear from a lot of those. And in some of these families and talking to them, they would say, well, I filled out this survey. Why do you need more from me? And I think that's fair.
I totally understand. And right now I'm digging the later drop off because that works on the tail end for me.
Yeah, no, I get it.
But there's so many moving parts and it's not going to be perfect for everyone. And
it's not now. It's not now. Yeah.
Correct. And I am concerned that let's just not make the perfect be the enemy of the good. With all the moving parts of this one. That's my concern.
No, and you're free to have your concern. We all are. I mean, that's why, and I say this all the time, we're a board of 5 for a reason. I just did a lot of due diligence on this one, and I just cannot find truly other than it's unknown. And even in talking to Middleton State, it's about letting our partners do what they're designed to do and letting us do what we're designed to do, which is teach. It's about giving teachers an actual ability to do some prep and planning because they don't have that now. And unless we're going to add on 2 weeks of the beginning and 2 weeks of the end, to me, this is about student success.
Yeah.
And you guys don't have to agree with me. That's
No,
that's the best part about us being 5.
That
But I
is-
want to be cautious of that. I definitely don't necessarily see the things how you guys are seeing them either. In everything that I could find, there is not one district that's made this choice that's gone back. And there are plenty of districts that came to fight for this. And more so because of the differences that it made in their community and the differences that it makes in them being able to reach their students and the difference that it makes for them to be able to plan and the difference for them to have time to plan and learn the curriculum that we adopt. So for me, I just see this as a really good soft landing. And we heard both. I mean, I heard all that you heard and I received the emails. I didn't have the same conversations. I love that you talked to Mayor Kling and,
Right. And I am not saying that I am opposed to it. I'm just saying these are the things that are
totally
concerning to me.
Yeah, this will not be,
But
we've had other.
But I don't know that we have any really great solutions that are going to solve all of these problems anyway.
Right.
So.
Well, Chair Taylor, I know we're pretty close to the end of this, so I think this conversation in deliberation is appropriate for this time. And I had a thought when you were talking about.
Did you lose it?
Yeah, I lost it. Could you say everything you just said?
I wish. I wish, but I can't.
For the sake of time.
For the sake of time for Jason.
But looking at, I mean, I do not believe I responded to this survey on purpose. If I had responded to it, I would have put no preference because my situation and my home and my family is what it is.
Yeah.
And so it would have been, I don't care. In fact, I probably would have been leaning to a 4-day week because I'd be like, come on, kids, let's go. We got a 3-day weekend. Let's go on vacation a little bit longer. So that being said, however, and talking to the people that I have talked to and the input that I've received, the parent response here at 60%, 59% with 3,000 parents, I don't know, I'm just taking a guess here without the data, without it broken down. I wonder if that 60% are some of those parents. Like, yeah, this would be great to have the kids in school for 4 days and then we can take off and go an extra day on vacation or something, or an extra long weekend or something on skiing. And I wonder, now some of this emails that we've received, a lot of emails from parents with their concern about working, 2 parents working, 1 parent working, and they're concerned about their student. And this was a conversation that I had with Mayor Kling also. And she brought up a point, I don't know if it's exactly germane to this discussion, but she says there's been a lot of city staff that have asked her about going to a 4-day week, work week. And she said her response was, that doesn't serve our constituents. A 4-day, we are here to serve the citizens of Nampa, and doing that in a 4-day week just does not meet that purpose because of where they work and what duties and responsibilities. And I thought about that for a little bit. And I thought, well, if we went to a 4-day week, are we serving our constituents as a school district to our students? I don't know. It's just a question. And I thought about that a lot. And
No, I've been thinking about that a lot too, but I think I have landed on the other side of that because of the opportunities that it provides for additional activities, which may help increase that stickiness of the school, the engagement with the school. We had talked about the athletics opportunities, the extracurricular opportunities. Perhaps this would allow more students to become involved in those activities. Granted, these are secondary concerns and not primary concerns. Although elementary schools, if we can add some activities for children on that 5th day, that might be an interesting thing, a little kiddie drama or whatever. I mean, not not that. We're not talking about fist fights on the blacktop. I'm talking about like a play, musicals. There we go. So
I remember what you were talking about as soon as Trustee Ben was done.
Perfect.
But yeah,
go
but
ahead.
then it could also alleviate some of the concerns that you had raised about, well, what about these kids that we're just sending out into the wide world in an unstructured way? If it may provide us an opportunity to give them some structure, to allow for that extra mentoring, that extra time with an adult that is not necessarily academic, which would reach them in a slightly different way. And I think that may be key to serving our constituents even better. I don't know if that makes sense.
I think the shift moving in, that's a huge lift. I mean, I love it. I love the discussion, but I think in reality, that's a huge lift for the community to provide those activities for these students that aren't there for that day. I wanted to respond to what you were talking about with our staff, that they writing the lesson plans and things like that. What have they been doing up to this point?
I mean, they're robbing Peter to pay Paul for time.
Hey,
I mean, I just want to be really clear on that.
and I am not discounting the
treading
fact
water.
that
Yes, thank you. Treading water.
And listen, and full disclosure, I had this conversation with my sister. She's a first grader over in CUNA School District, and they're watching us because they might be having this discussion.
Right.
And so I asked her, I says, as a first grade teacher, how much time do you spend and how do you do your lessons and so on and so forth? And she came back with the same concerns and the same hours she's putting in as our teachers here in this district too. So it's not just the teachers here.
No, I don't.
However, but that being said, I think about, well, they've been making it work. And I really, as much as possible, given what they have to work with. Now, is it ideal? Absolutely not. Is there ways that maybe we can afford a little bit more time for them to prep if we don't go to a 4-day? I don't know. Maybe there is. I think those are certainly worth exploring. But I don't want this decision for me personally to hinge on the teachers need more time to prepare, and therefore we should go to a 4-day student contact week.
Well,
if that's this whole thing, I don't even think that would be recommended, because Critchfield specifically says if this is all for staff, then it shouldn't be your choice. I think it has to be the combination of saying, will they be more effective?
Yeah.
And really quick, I want to say, I did reach out. So when I campaigned, and this was a long time ago, but in talking to our migrant population, I use those same resources. And realistically, for especially our secondary, a 3rd day in the workforce for these families was huge. So for most of those families that we talk about, they were like an extra day to work. I can now work full-time Friday and Saturday and Sunday. And there's no penalty of school or if they have to make more money. So again, and I want to reiterate, anything that we do to improve the lives of our staff is going to improve the lives of our children. Like that, I mean, anytime somebody's life improves, that improves around them.
That's a logical statement.
But what I want to say here is, but truly, when your situation improves, like when we know better, and then you buy into the do better, but this is solely about like
Jeff, I've been in those schools. There is no time when we adopt curriculum for them to do a full adoption or take that time to do it.
Agreed.
So I will say that had the option been on the table, let's have teachers come back a month early and prep. Please, because there is just no time to work on the organization and be student facing 24/7. And that's just the conclusion that I've come to here. So, I mean, I would agree there's probably no magic pill, but I feel like 3 years ago, or 2 years ago, or whenever, how it's been, I don't even know what year it is today. But forever ago, the task has been, can we make education more focused on just education? And this to me is a decision that says that. This just is. It's a decision that says we're going to focus on the education. We're going to have a soft landing for our Tri-6. We're going to be seeing our kids every day. We're not going to have to bundle. So it gives our secondary the softest landing. My main concern in this is length of day. Sorry.
Okay. No, thank you. And I appreciate that, Chair Taylor. A couple of things here. The Tri-6, I've been thinking about this for a little bit too. And I'm going to have to go back and ask staff again to remind me and others why the decision was to go to a Tri-6, because that was a district staff decision. It was not a board decision.
Maybe that is a good idea to actually do that.
And
really
here's
quick.
my follow-up to this, because
I would agree with this.
I want to, because at the last board meeting, then we had to make a decision on the checks going out to staff who wanted to retire earlier, said that they were going. That decision came after the fact, and we had a little bit of discussion on that, and we had to do what we had to do, and I get that.
To speak to that, I'm actually going to be presenting policy around that, so it doesn't.
Okay, so,
go ahead.
yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah.
And thank you, because it should. And I think we discussed that last board. But on that same vein, and this is why I want another clarification or reminder of why we went to a Tri-6. Being that was a district staff decision, not a board decision, and now moving to a 4-day, or excuse me, the possibility of moving to a 4-day student contact week to help, if you will, the Tri-6 schedule, which is a board decision. I almost feel like I was hoodwinked into now we have to consider and I know there's other variables, don't get me wrong. I'm just throwing this stuff out that I've been thinking about for the last week or so. But now are we being moved into a position where the best thing to do is decide on a 4-day and approve a 4-day student contact week because of the Tri-6 schedule that's been placed that we did not make that decision on? That's why I think maybe a more clarification or another reminder on why.
Sure.
Yeah, and if it's okay, I'd like to speak to that just a little bit, because I want to make sure I am completely understanding all of the pieces. So the Tri-6 model was necessary in order to save FTE, because at the secondary level, if you have shorter periods and fewer teachers teaching those periods, you can save significant money on salary because you basically are doing more with less staff. However, that complicates that planning piece. And it really depends where you are in your journey as a teacher, how much planning time is really required, and how much of that planning time needs to be collaborative. And so in order to meet those seat time requirements that we were talking about for the credits, we need a certain number of hours. We need the class periods to be a certain length, which means we need a certain number of sections of whatever it happens to be, particularly heavy in core subjects, English, science, social studies, math, that type of thing, which puts additional pressure on those teachers. And so my understanding is that Tri-6 is our way of reducing our workforce without doing a reduction in force. In other words, laying off a bunch of people to save money, which would be incredibly painful. This way, we're trying to make the most with what we have.
I need that. I need someone to score that with me.
So, yeah, can we have, Mr. Yerbar, with me? So, yeah, can we have, Mr. Yerbar, can I have you come up? So really quick, and just because we're going to be on the news, I want to remind everybody that multiple districts are closing schools or making these types of
Yeah, this
choices,
is
and they're
not
having to
unique
now.
to
Yeah,
us.
this is not unique to Nampa. But I do think that there's been a ton of confusion on the tri-6 versus 4-day conversation. And I've had to walk quite a few people through that. So this is probably the best time to clear that up. Because I also know that part of the tri-6 choice was to try to maintain that choice that we have for students in our CTE programs. So do you want to speak to this?
Sure.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Dr. Russell.
Yeah, that's happy to, Mr. Everett cancel.
Chair Taylor, trustees, yeah, thank you. That it is a great question. When we look at the possible models that we had to save money, the two predominant models that arrive are a straight 7 on a semester schedule or a tri-6. Right now in our current configuration, we are on a block AB schedule with 16 credit options in a year. All of the frustration we have with moving to a tri-6 is you're taking away my options, is what we hear over and over. To move to a straight 7 would have eliminated off the top 8 options for children within the possibilities they would have. Done deal. So in looking at the data, the conversations, and how we navigate around that, we wanted to maximize student choice, which we actually were able to add in 2 more options for kids on a tri-6 than we were on a straight 7. Both models would have saved money when you get down to having teachers teach have one prep per day in either of those models. The challenge and expensiveness of the current AB block was that it is a preparation period every chronological day, but it's actually 2 preparations in an AB rotation. So you have teachers teaching 6 of 8 rather than teaching 5 of 6, what we were going to. That's the major economic factor, and that's what the piece was. If we would have went to straight 7, that's a very big detrimental piece to CTE and what we offer for our kids, because without a doubt, bundling would have had to happen. And we do have data in our district when we bundle, CTE numbers go down. So that was part of the conversation. And the other conversation, again, I will go back to maximizing student choice and what that looks like. Where the confusion comes is many people believe that you're going to take that English class all year long on a tri-6, and that is not the case.
Just 2 tries.
You're taking two of 3. Now, the one thing that we have done in trying to navigate and administer the decision of, since that schedule was chosen by administration, how we navigate that through to support the academic growth of our kids, we have said for this first year, our freshman group, we are going to go with 3 of 3 for their core content: English, math, science. They also have health, and they also have 2 BCAs. So freshmen are down to 6 electives in that year. When you compare that to the straight 7, they only have 5 electives. So we still have 1 more elective opportunity for students within that. And remember, the time in class equates to what they get per section. What we are doing with English, math, and science is extending by 58 hours the amount of time our kids have in those courses. One of the things that our district had talked about of preparing our kids, I'm going to say something very blunt. Our test scores show that we are not producing the skill set we need for our kids to be successful. We are below the state average. This is an attempt to navigate and build that back. There are lots of reasons for that, but this is one of those attempts, meaning the tri-6 and the straight 7 with the economics. I'm not advocating for the 4-day. That's not my conversation.
Just tri-6, yep.
The tri-6 is, how do we do that to then build in opportunities for kids and support them? So again, the reason we went 3 of 3 with freshmen, can we close that gap? Is it an instructional piece that we need to do more time? We'll have data on that after this year of whether or not that works. Another piece that we could do is, after an iteration of that, we could determine, wait, is it this group of kids, say 30% of our kids, that need more support? So we tweak the schedule into the next year, still on a tri-6 model. Do we provide 2 of 3 for freshmen and an intervention section for students who struggle? Those are the pieces we do from an academic perspective. And really, at the end of the day, the tri-6 versus the straight 7 or staying on the block was untenable. We did talk about, should we stay on the block and have our teachers teach 7 of 8? That was a financial decision we could make. Our challenge of keeping quality staff, having taught on 7 of 8 through the financial crisis, you will lose half of them. I can tell you that. I can tell you that, because it becomes now the schedule you live in, not the fix for the year. There were numbers of people in this district, still in this district, who taught that through the financial crisis said, I'm willing to teach 7 of 8 for a year to help the district right size. They were not willing to teach 7 of 8 and not get compensated extra for that to continue to do that. And that model would have done that. Straight 7 would have eliminated student choice. Tri-6 allows us to meet those requirements to the extent we can, and hopefully still produce an environment that supports our CTE programs, which are a big deal. We have over 10,000 enrollments in CTE courses. So
with you here, yeah.
Yep.
Do we have any more Tri-6 questions?
And don't get me wrong, I support the Tri-6. I think that's a good move based on those reasons. Quick question to that, because I do like the additional choice. I like that choice. Giving the students a choice. How many FTEs were saved, do you know, by going to a Tri-6 versus staff losing their jobs at schools that were closed, or leaving their jobs at schools that were closed? Does that question make sense?
Not really.
So if we move to a Tri-6, the financial benefit was some of those FTEs. We didn't need to staff those FTEs. That being there, looking at schools that were closed and some of the positions that were not going to be needed, what's the number for those two? Do we know?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, yes, and that goes back to our mitigation strategies, where we listed, hey, here's 189 positions that we have to downsize. That was based off our budget. Then we looked at, and thankfully, very thankfully, we appreciate the community support. The levy was passed that supports 44 of those positions. Closing and right sizing our buildings at the elementary and middle school level would have needed to happen regardless of saving the 20 FTE that the Tri-6 does at the high school level.
So it was combination.
Correct.
One, they don't cancel each other out. It was
Correct.
in addition to, okay. I think that point is very important.
Agreed.
Because the questions have come up through emails is, well, if you're trying to save money, why are you closing school? That whole thing. So,
correct.
So I appreciate the explanation. That was the only.
Any other questions on the
Tri-6?
Tri-6, guys? Just please, yeah.
I just got a comment.
Trustee Jenny.
I'm going to use the word groomed lightly. I feel like we've groomed the high school students to be able to go from Columbia to Nampa if they want to.
Groomed. Sorry.
Yeah, that's not
prepared.
Yeah, I don't
prepared.
know. We should have prepared by condition. I don't know.
But we've got 3 years of kids that have realized this option. That is no longer, in my opinion, not a possibility on a Tri-6, unless they bundle, which then in turn, we're going to. If I, as a student, had to go to another school to take a core class because I wanted to take welding, or I wouldn't have done it.
No.
I would have waited to go to a vocational college when I got out of school, and I would have lost all of that training. So maybe from Nampa to Skyview is a possibility, or those out there, but I don't see, if we would have been on a Tri-6 from day one instead of being on a block schedule, I don't think the CTE program would have looked the same as it does today.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Jennings, you are 100% correct. The long history of CTE in our district and how that's been built was a matter of, as we experienced in Nampa, some significant growth, but also not having the funds to be able to truly develop multiple CTE pathways that only were at your home school. Our method to solve that was to place particular programs at particular schools and open those up for students to provide more opportunity. And again, I think that's something consistent within this district and within our community. We do care about student choice. We want our kids to have the best opportunities. It is our mission and vision statement, their next chapter in life. We care about those things. And Trustee Jennings, what you're speaking to is exactly that if we had been on a Tri-6, the busing conversation at the very beginning would have looked different. However, over time, with our reduction in enrollment and other challenges, we couldn't afford to stay on the block. So this is the best solution we could come up with to try and navigate that as we navigate through. And again, Tri-6 on a 4 or 5 day is there. The advantage of moving to a 4-day student contact week is the non-bundling. There's no doubt about that. That wasn't a hoodwink or a try. That's a reality of the math.
But I also, when we say things like hoodwinked, I want to throw out that it was never even an option that was brought. This was something that was put out in a survey and that Trustee Simpson said, we've tried to explore this for years. And then this board said, let's hear data. So I wanted.
No, it's, you're,
So
I
our
guess it's-
survey went out,
Yeah, I
right?
guess you're misinterpreting what I meant, but I said it feels like because of the situation
I see.
of having
I get
to
what you're saying.
vote
I get you
for
now. I
something
get
that
it.
was already done.
Now I get it.
That should have
I
come
get
through.
what you're
That
saying
was
now.
the only reason.
Got it.
I
So-
just don't, as a board member, I just don't want to be in a position where we have to vote one way in order to accommodate a decision that the district has already made. That should have come to the board in the first place.
The
Anyways, that was
tri-six
the whole thing.
The Tri-Six decision. yeah.
The tri-six 4-day. I hear what you're saying. I just think that it worked out that way. I think that is an important part of the conversation.
No, and that's why I said it,
Yeah.
it just feels that way. I understand how we got to this point,
Right.
and I'm not,
I just feel like
I am not, believe me when I say this, I totally get why we are in this position right now. I totally understand that. And it's not, I don't want to be disparaging to staff or anything like that. I think it was just something that needs to be brought up because that has been brought up to me.
I see. No, I think it's
That's
good.
totally
And
fair.
I just want the news to run that. That's all.
So edit
So
everything
there's
out
my, did you
except
see?
that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are there any other questions
I
on the
think Trustee
Tri-Six?
Binns does.
Yeah, well, I guess I wanted to understand a little bit better. Were you suggesting that we should vote on the bell schedule previously?
The Tri-Six?
Yeah.
No, not at all.
Okay, okay.
No, I'm just saying that was a district decision.
Mhm.
And then it comes to us for this 4-day student contact week, because this is the best option to, with all the options that you had worked through and everything else, this is the best to support the reasons why the decision to a Tri-Six was made, which I totally get, and I'm not discounting one bit. But it's just weird how we got to where we are now.
Okay.
I just want to make sure.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, I think for clarity, it's the only option of not bundling
Yeah,
because
there
of
you
straight 7. We would have had to, and if we stay in a 5-day, we'll have to do
Because
that.
there
So
still is a 5-day
correct.
option and a 4-day
That's
option.
proposed as an advantage of the 4-day student contact week, not the reason to move to a 4-day student contact week. Would be really important. And I appreciate that clarity. Like it's an advantage for the board to weigh. But if we have a 5-day student contact week, we'll still do our best to keep CTE programs the way they are. And to Trustee Jennings' point, we may lose some kids, right? That may happen. Now, the one thing that is great in the Tri-Six, that it happens on a 4 or 5-day model, we do have the opportunity that kids, rather than being able to take one CTE pathway where they had to go sophomore, junior, senior, they can now start a second CTE pathway in the fall of their junior year and still get a certification and have multiple CTE pathways. So again, there's a trade-off with anything we do, and that would be something I would just throw into the room on that schedule conversation.
But essentially that would help adjust the bundle so long as both CTEs were back to back and at the same school.
There's your logistics, yeah.
Right? Because you wouldn't want to go in the morning to Skyview and in the afternoon to Nampa and back to Columbia, because now you're bundling two
Twice.
different times.
Only if I was gonna run
Two
for
bundles.
office, then I would hit all the high schools to prep myself.
But let me make sure I'm understanding though, that bundling would only occur if we stayed with the 5-day contact week. We would have no bundling in the 4-day.
Correct.
Okay.
Is that 100%?
Trustee, Chair Taylor, Trustee Binns, Trustee Kirkman, under the model we presented to get to the 58 hours, yes, we feel like we can do that. We've had communication with our CTE teachers, what that would look like. Again, the big change is in our block schedule right now. They see kids every other day. They will now see kids every day. So again, those are all those variables. If the board chooses to go the 4-day student contact week at the 71 or 72 minute periods, we feel very comfortable in not bundling and having CTE shuttling every period. Now, to stress again, I think this will be something maybe Dr. Russell talks about. We are in iteration 1. And as much as we would love to provide certainty to every variable for our community, that's not where we're at. And I might get a little emotional here, but I think this is a really big testament to where we are as a district and as a board and as a community. We couldn't have had this conversation 3 years ago.
Agreed.
The fact is, we need people to trust us that the iteration is going to be not perfect. We're going to have to figure out how to navigate it. And if we do that together as a community and we keep communication open, we'll find a good landing spot for our kids and what opportunities we can provide and stay financially solvent. I think that's a really big deal for us. So that's my 2 cents.
No, and speaking, my opinion, I do trust the staff to make those decisions. Whatever decision is made, I trust that the staff will do whatever they need to do to make it happen. I have no doubt. There's no question in my mind. I'll save it for later. It is almost later, but I'll save
It is, yeah, we're at 9:00 now, so I don't know what later means, but, and I want to reiterate, so right now, as families are registering right now, they're registering on a tri-6 5-day. So everything right now, correct? As people are registering.
A tri-6 schedule.
Correct.
Like truly that's going to be
what
the
they're
same
registering
regardless
on.
of 4 or 5.
So no matter what they're feeling right now, that 4-day or 5-day doesn't change their schedule.
Correct.
ability. I'm sorry, I felt like the door opened. That probably looked weird, but it didn't. I just checked in case. Sorry, that was it. I just wanted to ask that question.
And that is the later comment that I was going to make. Because of that, because the tri-6 is here, we're making the adjustments that we need to. The staff are just 100% headed down the road. I get it. The 4 or 5-day week, again, and I mentioned this at last board meeting, I get the reasons why, but is it 100% necessary? We don't have to go to a 4-day student contact week. So again, I come back to my question last board meeting. Why? Why can't we see where the dust settles with the tri-6? You said it yourself. There's things that we don't know that we're going to have to make adjustments down the road. Well, what if those adjustments are made that don't complement a 4-day student contact week? Why not wait till the dust settles? Why not wait to see where those adjustments need to be made and then address the student contact week, 4-day or 5-day? Gentleman who gave public comment, I think, was alluding to that fact. And Trustee Sue has mentioned before, why can't we slow down a little bit? So on that note, the survey results are not going to change. Well, they might change after all this information
Yeah, I think it was a
discussion that
really
we
good
have. They
discussion
might.
that you said they could.
But why not even at this point next year, put another survey out and see where we are next year? After the dust settles with everything going on, boundaries, school closures, 2 days out early for West Middle students, that's going to be a huge adjustment.
4 days.
Or 4 days, yeah. And the tri-6 schedule, all that. Let's just get that under our belt. And then I get wanting to rip the Band-Aid off and do it all at once. I totally understand that, but my goodness. Is our community ready to support the Nampa School District with everything thrown at them like this?
Chair Taylor,
that's
Trustee
what I-
Kirkman, I would suggest, yes, that survey data was in the context of all those other changes that were happening, and they said that. Now, again, what skill it is, and here's we brought to you what those pieces were. One of them was the legality of the funding. That one's been taken off our list. Those 2 other reasons to not move, those are the questions that the board has to weigh and determine. So,
Okay, I wanted to put a very fine point on that funding thing. That trailer bill was not time dependent, correct? So it's not just for this year, we're going to let you do it, and then next year you can't. It's just as long as you meet these requirements, you're fine, correct? So there's no danger that if we do delay, we're going to miss out,
No, it was only in the
right?
middle of the school year if you changed to 4 days.
Okay.
I think that was in the text.
So, Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, Trustee Benz, reading what it says, I think it is pertaining to the State Board of Education making a determination around hours and or days, because it says the school district must attest that it meets the minimum student instructional day or hour requirements of the State Board of Education, which requirements shall be adopted. So again, the state board must adopt no later than August 1st, 2024. So by this August, the state board needs to have the day and hour requirements ready and implemented no sooner than July 1st, 2025. And that says the State Board of Education may phase in such requirements over a multi-year period. Is that what you were speaking to?
No.
Then I don't know.
No, and I'm going to try to look it up here. Do you have it, the
Chair
text?
Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, It was in the initial trailer bill and that was edited out, but there are still multiple trailer bills that were floating around. That one has not passed, that had the consequences. If you did change that, I don't believe that one had made it through the session. That's not the one that they have passed and sent out. But there was that one that was initially sent to you, and I can send that one. It was not passed. Would you like me to send that one? I sent it to you guys before.
I'm looking at it right here.
Um,
And we can move on.
Can we move on? Okay, Dr. Russell?
Well, trustees, I think we're to the point. There was one other slide around what would students do on Fridays. We are happy to talk about that. And the recommendation again for the administration is after exploring it. And I think for several reasons. One, and the question I think is an important one, is how does this benefit students? Well, teachers are the number one impact for student achievement, period. And if this helps us get the best teachers we absolutely can, then for me as an administrator, I think that's really important. So that was one of the factors. Second one is not one single school district that we've talked to, not one remotely said it was a poor decision for them. That played a lot into me as well, because if anyone would have said even slightly, yeah, we're not sure, maybe we're still waiting on it. Yeah, we're still thinking. Again, all the districts we talked to were very supportive of that. I think talking through the supports, I think we have better supports than most communities. When I was talking up in Post Falls, they had to generate a lot of that together. The fact that we have Boys and Girls Club, YMCAs, and Rec Center, I think that's more than what most communities have. And so I feel very comfortable there because I was very concerned. If you asked me 2 years ago, I probably wouldn't have recommended it. I would have said, no, I think kids need to be in school. I really worry about our poverty students and our poverty families. But again, having spent the last 2.5 months kind of looking at it, talking with our partners, I think we have the supports to do that. Do we have every answer 100%? No, we don't. I think that's the reality is we will have to make some adjustments if we need to. But that's the case with many decisions. You're never going to be 100% absolutely in everything. And you can only do your due diligence to try to make the best decisions you can. And, personally, if I felt it was going to really hurt our school district, I wouldn't recommend it. Talked with our administrators, they felt the same way, which is why we have a recommendation.
Okay, trustees, do we have any more question or is there any more collaboration that we want to have? If not, I can also entertain a motion.
Oh, hold on. Before make a motion, you can make the motion and we'll still have the discussion.
So I can't make any motion.
Well,
okay.
someone can make a motion.
Okay, good.
Dr. Russell, I don't disagree with you. I don't. I see the benefits of going to a 4-day student contact week. I truly, absolutely do see the benefits of going to a 4-day student contact week. Or staying with 5-day. And again, this is separate from the Tri-6, right? We're not deciding the Tri-6, we're deciding the 4-day or not. So I do see I see the benefits for our staff. And believe me when I say this, I do care about our staff. Just because I may not agree with a lot of them or some of them doesn't mean I don't care about them. Focusing on the students, a lot of that survey results from the students, asking students it's just amazing to me that they would just say, nope, we want a 5-day. We don't want to go to a 4-day. And I think a lot of that has to center around, what's the thing, the things you play with the balls and whatnot, the sports and stuff like that. Oh my gosh, my mind
It's late.
A lot of that centered around sports and school spirit and all that stuff going on Fridays and around basketball and football games, and I get it, but that was very telling for me. The community as a whole, I think there's some concern with me of how that's going to affect the community. Are there going to be more parents that are going to have to take off work to be with their kid on a Friday or a Monday, and how does that affect the place where they work? There's a lot of cause and effect here with the decision with a district this large in this community moving to a 4-day student contact week. There's just a lot of cause and effect that sometimes we may not even consider. Focusing on the kids, the food and nutrition, really concerned about some of those students. Again, we have fantastic community support. You're going to be there no matter what. Whether it's a 4-day or a 5-day, it's a guarantee that our partnerships with our community organizations are going to be there no matter what. And so that I am totally solved on. My biggest concern is just, why can't we look at this next year? Let's look at the effects that all of these major changes are having in the school district, are having with our staff, are having with our teacher or our parents, are having with our students, are having with the schedule. Let's look at all of that first, see where the dust falls, see where we need to make adjustments. And good golly, Miss Molly, let's bring this up next year. And maybe at that time, we can see where everything has fallen and go, perfect. We need to move to a 4-day, no questions asked, because of those those details will be flushed out. That's really where my biggest concern lies with the 4-day student contact week. Got a bunch of other notes on here and I can't even remember what I wrote down, but.
Yeah, Trustee Sue.
I think whatever decision we make, I want to make sure that I acknowledge and thank our community partners. I want to acknowledge our administration for all this data, because we've been talking about this for months and months and months. So thank you for all that you do.
Huge.
Board did just receive an email from Lindsay Hendricks.
Lisa Hendricks.
Yeah, sorry about that. It's a late. We're having.
It's okay.
That I will load into the board pack, but I want to make sure you were aware.
Is that the HB 521?
It's 7.
It was the trailer.
766.
Oh, she just sent it?
Yeah, she did.
Okay.
It just came through the email. So in my quest to actually find why this might not be a good choice, I found the opposite. So I think today my conversation with the board chair from Middleton hit home for me. It was probably the best call I could have made. And it really was, because I kept thinking to myself, is there a perspective that I'm missing? Because there are people that I admire their opinion. I want to hear what they have to say. And I do that every single time I make a choice. And most of the people that I talk to, this is a choice that not only fits for them, but fits for their family, or they think is going to be the best for the community. And I really came to that decision. And so it's not I do a lot of due diligence with all of my choices, but realistically speaking, and I think the day on the Hill also was a big day for me. And I think that there have been so many changes to this House bill because so many districts are proponents of the 4-day. I think it changes and strengthens communities. And I honestly believe that it's the change that we've been asking for years. So I'm sure that if we bring this up next year, I'll probably be in the same place unless there's some smoking gun. And if there is, it's under a rock I couldn't turn. I really think it's more concerns. And I think at the end of the day, those concerns exist, whether we are on Friday or off Friday. And I think that really putting those things into the pocket of the community where they're going to be best served will fill those needs and will develop those programs to be even stronger as time goes on. So not that we haven't disagreed before. That's happened multiple times, actually. I can think of a few that were much more eventful than this. But I would tell you the turnout from our community also is a yes to me. I just want to throw that out there. And I'm not discounting anybody that came or the people who talked, but when our community wants no, we hear no. And we received a lot of input. And to me, this is something that our entire community wants, not just teachers, not just students, not just parents, but as a whole, I think it would be community beneficial. And don't feel like you have to make a speech, David, but if you would like to, you can. If not, Trustee Benz has some comment.
I mean, I struggle with the Tri-6 and the CTE kids and the athletics. And I just feel like that schedule is a perfect married pair to a 4-day school week. And I wish there was other options for us as far as changing schedules to something that was, that would work very well with one or the other. But I just, to what Trustee Kirkland was saying, I almost feel like, in some cases, like we can go 5 days and we're going to see it, but I feel like we're going to see CTE classes drop because I don't know. Everyone I've spoke to just they want to be at their home school with their home classes, and it's just not possible when you're driving halfway across the city to go do another class. So that's just a hard a hard fact for me. Yeah, so that's.
Trustee Benz.
And I want to pick up on that thread because I do hear what you're saying about, let's see how this Tri-6 settles. But my concern is without that 4-day component, we may be sabotaging that schedule. We may not be able to see its full benefit and effect because we're going to lose out on the CTE kids. We're going to reduce the choices that kids have because they're not going to want to do that bundling. We may sabotage that Tri-6 in the interventions that we're designing because teachers do not have enough time to prepare effectively, collaboratively to support those kids in their academic success because they're losing prep time that they currently have. Going with the 4-day week would give them back that time to prepare solid lessons to do those intensive interventions within the classroom setting. I am concerned that if we hesitate, if we go halfway, we may lose it all, if that makes sense, all of the benefits.
I'm sorry, it does.
But it does to me. It does to me. And not at all that it has to, but I hear what you're saying. I think we're in the same place for a few different reasons, but I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, so I don't want teachers have, I know it's a struggle for teachers to prep in the time that they need and to effective lesson plans and all that. My experience as a teacher ended when my student teaching was over. I did not go into the profession. It ended when my student teaching was done out at Parma. So I get that. I don't want, it almost seems like we're discounting the efforts that the teachers have put up, the Herculean efforts that the teachers have put in doing what they do now by giving them, by saying, hey, it's not working, you're not doing it right, it's not good enough, therefore we're going to do this. So I in one way, I kind of think that, I kind of feel that. I'm not convinced yet, I can get there, but I'm not convinced yet that Friday will be effectively used by the teachers the way it is intended or will be intended to be used. The accountability piece that someone had talked about in the public comment, I've thought quite a bit about that, and I've tried to think of how I would say this without offending people, but it isn't going to happen. So here we go. In my experience, my professional life, I was in a leadership position where I had to hold staff accountable for misuse of time. Now, yes, they have benefits, the vacation, the sick leave, all that, but we all know that gets abused. My concern is that accountability piece. If the decision is to go to a 4-day student contact week and having that extra day for teachers to prep and to prep well the way they want to, is that going to be effectively used to get student achievement up? And I would expect it should be up very, very quickly, given that much time for them to prep. I'm not convinced that that moving to this point yet will do that.
And here's the caveat. So student success should increase, but it may not increase as meteorically as some might expect outside of the profession. It takes time and it takes reinforcement. And I truly believe that most teachers would take advantage of the opportunity to help their kids succeed by taking advantage of the opportunity to plan cross-curricularly or just to take a deeper dive on the data to see what exactly do the students need in order to succeed. That has been my experience.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Now, that is not to discount the fact that in any field, in any profession, you're going to have people who are going to try to game the system. That's going to be the same anywhere you go. I don't think that teachers are particularly susceptible to this. In fact, it has been my experience that it has been the opposite. Teachers tend to, granted, this is not a universal statement, but by and large, my experience has been that teachers will go that extra mile. They will sacrifice from their pocketbooks, from their time, resources
They've shown
to
us that they will.
ensure that students will succeed. So while I hear your concern about the accountability, I think if we give clear parameters, this is what this time is intended for. Now you tell us what effective, management of this time looks like. And it's going to look different from building to building. And it's going to look maybe different from department to department in the secondary area. But I think if we communicate that expectation, I think teachers will rise to the occasion. And there can be designed, negotiated accountability pieces, whatever it happens to be. But I think if we're expecting teachers to be the professionals that we know them to be, we need to let them, since they're the ones who are in the classroom, in the data, have the training to analyze this and make the decisions for their students. I think we need to give them the opportunity to do that effectively. And I don't know that that opportunity exists in the Tri-6 5-day schedule.
I want to piggyback on that because
Please.
I think this is Jeff, or Trustee Kirkland, this is my opinion. We're not holding them accountable for the nights and weekends that these teachers are working at home, yet they're still doing it. So by giving them an opportunity to possibly do it during a week and free up that time that they're not getting paid for, they're taking time away from their family. I personally don't see how they wouldn't benefit from that time.
It was the teachers that we know that are out there doing the job that emailed me that really got through to me. So it's the teachers that I know that are already putting in the 75 hours a week. When you tell me that this is helpful and effective in your school, and I already know that you're doing the job, that carries weight with me. I would agree with you. I think every profession has bad eggs, humans in general. But I think that for me,
all inclusive, they have humans.
yeah, I mean, but you know what I mean. There's some humans that are like,
No, totally understand.
But that was the game changer for me. I really want you to know that it was me looking for some very, very influential people or people I really value their opinion. I find them to be very intelligent. When they're not in agreement, I'm going to look under every rock. And it was looking under all of those rocks that really said to me, okay, well, what teachers am I asking? So then I would go back out and I would talk to those teachers who are putting in those long hours, and they would say, no, this will be more effective. This will be more effective for collaboration. So again, that's where I felt sufficed. I worry for that. So I really want to give life and homage because I believe that what you brought up is a very valid point. And I think as a trustee, we've seen that, right? Where we see some misuse of time, or we put something out there and it's not used to how it was intended to use. And the next thing you know, we have more time off, or it's less effective. So hear me when I say, and I hope people are listening, I have no qualms about being very specific on, I think that this time needs to be planned. I think that collaboration is important. I think that training is important. And so that's what the push for that time is for me.
I do not disagree with any of what you said, Trustee Benz, Jennings, Taylor, Sue. I don't. I totally get it. Like I said, I can totally see the benefits of the 4-day week. Again, the big crux for me at this point is if there is so much benefit, possibly, because we don't know what that might be. There's a lot of questions when Mr. Yarbrough was talking about, we're not going to know until, and I get it, ... There's a lot of ifs, there's a lot of unknowns. Let's get those ifs and unknowns settled, and then let's address possibly down the road a 4-day week. We're not losing anything, except maybe there's going to be some logistical issues with the bundling. I totally understand that in the CTE. But again, I think those logistics can be navigated by staff. I trust the staff that whatever decision we make, they're going to put it into action and make it happen. It may not be perfect. It may not be the best for everybody, but we all know that. We all understand that. I am not opposed to a 4-day student contact week. I just want to see what's going to fall first. how is it going to land? You keep talking about a soft landing. I don't think this is going to be a soft landing for our community, for those students who need that extra day at school, for the parents who have to work. It's not going to be a soft landing. It's going to be a hard landing. So I'm just saying, let's try to make it as soft as possible by navigating these major changes that we've already made decisions on, that are already being implemented. And then let's see how we can navigate a possible 4-day student contact week after we know. After we don't know what we don't know. But guess what? After this year is over and the next year starts, we're going to know a lot more. And I think at that point, maybe, in my opinion, we look at another big change. We can do it. Staff are resilient. Students are resilient. The community is resilient. But I just think we're throwing a lot at them. A lot.
And I think you've alluded to that in every conversation.
Many times.
Yeah, you have.
Because that's where it is for me.
Yeah,
That really
and
is.
no,
where
and
it
I
is for me.
appreciate that. Yeah.
It's none of these other things that, I totally get the teacher and the prep and all that. I totally understand that. It really is that just all these changes. So.
I will say I echo a lot of what Trustee Kirkman has said. I think overall the benefits outweigh the risks, and I think it's going to work together. But in my gut, it just feels weird, and I wish I could explain that a lot better to the people. But I also, you probably understand how I vote. I'm going to vote is I want to give voice to the people who, the 40% that said no, the 40% that have reservations, the 40% that can't figure out how to work the logistics. So,
and you said that very articulately. Yeah.
Trustee Taylor or Chair Taylor, there were some emails that came through, and a lot of I keep using that. There were some emails that came through from parents that were not opposed to the 4-day student contact week, but their concern was, let's get through this first. So that's stuff out first. There's a lot coming at us. Let's see where we land, and then let's address the 4-day student contact week. So it's not just my opinion. I think there's not this 100% opposition to the 4-day student contact.
No, and I also want to give life to, and I said this today when talking to people, there were other no's. For me, it was the majority of the people that I talked to, the closer I got with those yeses. But there were other no's, and you guys are speaking life to other things that we did here. At this point, I will entertain a motion, or is there more discussion? Because I feel like I'm ready to entertain a motion.
No, I think I might have said this before. I'm going to say it again. We have spent a lot of our time discussing secondary logistical needs in terms of the CTE, in terms of the credits, in terms of the seat time and all that stuff. And that is very important. However, the needs that we were discussing today with our community partners and all that stuff, those needs are the needs that are felt, and they're distinctly different from the needs that we've been talking about for elementary school children and their families. And it's going to be a very difficult decision to make because those needs are not only very different, very divergent, in some ways they're oppositional to each other. I don't know how to square that circle, but I just wanted to say those words aloud. Whatever decision we make, if we decide to do the 5-day, I hear what you're saying, and it would potentially help elementary parents with Friday care or Monday or whenever that missing day is, may reduce some of the pressure on our community partners in that regard. But it may also hobble our secondary students with the CTE and the CTE programs. And that may be irreversible or irreparable for the cohort of students. I hear the fear of the volume of change. And it's valid. I wish there was a way to split the baby, you know?
Yeah, now you know what it's like to be a school board trustee. You're gonna want to be splitting lots of babies.
Yeah.
And it's not, Trustee Benz, thank you for the validation of the comment. Like, it's not a fear. It's just concern. That's really all it is. And there is one thing that I don't think has been brought up, and staff, you may be able to answer this a little bit more as far as scheduling. When it comes to non-school league sports, there's a lot of them in Nampa. Soccer, football, baseball, basketball. My son's involved with them. There's a lot of friends. I mean, we got a lot of people that are involved with these non-school league sports. How is possibly going to a 4-day student contact week and the longer days do we know how that might be affected with those leagues, those city leagues?
That's a good question.
When you say
As far as scheduling, as far as the basketball, as far as them being in school until 4 o'clock or whatever the time is, I don't know. I don't know did anybody reach out to Babe Ruth and all those
city leagues,
different
got it.
city leagues? Yeah.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, I didn't reach out to, I'm going to ask them, so you're ever okay to reach out, talking to those?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman did not reach out to Babe Ruth specifically,
or any of them.
Having coached Babe Ruth, but that's not going to be a huge issue. What I would suggest at the secondary level, having the day off to go on your road trip for your club sports, that's going to be a benefit to those programs. Now, is that a city league? Is that a traveling club? Those are things to consider. But I'll use an example of a kid I had at Nampa High that was in a ski club. And so about 4 times a year, I'd have to excuse them to miss a day of school so they could go participate. And that was typically on a Friday. That's no longer an issue under that model. So
and maybe just a little bit further on that, with a lot of the students who want to play school sports and club ball.
Correct.
Again, we probably just don't really know all the.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, if I'm a high school varsity football coach, I don't want my kid playing anything other than football while they're playing football, right? I mean, I'm being facetious, but it does open up those opportunities. And that is, I think that is a conversation we have to realize, that the landscape of athletics and activities is changing. And I'll just leave it at that. It's changing. So.
Well, it is in the school district also with the district position of athletic director. Well, we understand that.
Why we're changing.
All right, trustees, I do get it. This is a hard decision. And for some of you as new trustees, this will be probably one of the hardest decisions you've had to make to date. And I don't take that lightly. We've had to make a lot of hard decisions up here. I say this every single time we make a decision of this magnitude. We are all a part of your community. We all live here. We all serve for free. Nobody pays us. I did find out that some trustees get paid. Just so you guys know, not here, not here, but I was like actually making phone calls to people in other like states just to kind of get an idea. And somebody told me they make like $1,000 a year. And I was like, what? I know, just so you're aware, I was shocked. But that being said, we live here. We're amongst you. Most often we're your friends, we're your neighbors. These are hard decisions. I don't think that anybody took this decision lightly. I know that I didn't take this decision lightly. I really don't even, I mean, I feel like I know where the decision is going to go, but I feel that way all the time. So that being said,
I have lost sleep.
I have lost sleep.
I've been up at 2 a.m.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is a tough decision.
It is. So regardless of how we vote today, I like to remind that to you guys that we are human and we're doing the best that we can. And I do feel like we have a board that is very involved. And there are a lot of behind the scenes discussions that we bring to you here, but a lot of that takes our time and our due diligence. So I just like to throw that reminder out because this job isn't easy. And we did ask for it because we were elected.
People was reminding me of that.
Yes, me too. My husband especially.
I'm glad I don't have to make the decision that you have to make. And I say, well, I chose it.
I chose it, right. So that being said, I will entertain a motion.
Rock, paper, scissors.
I can't make a motion, so I'm going to sit out the rock, paper, scissors. I'm the only one up here who cannot make a motion.
Okay, I guess I'll do it. I move that we adopt the 4-day school week as
Second.
proposed.
Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Really struggle with this decision. And I just, at this point right now, I would have to oppose it.
Motion passes 3-2. Okay. So for all of you that are here tonight for the 4-day student contact week, that decision is now over and has been made. That is the totality of this decision. And we will now move on in our action items. You guys are, of course, welcome to stay.
And if they're leaving, I will make a comment though, but since the decision has been made, I'm looking forward to those 3-day weekends with my kids and hitting the mountains. Like I said, I could support either way, but.
All right, we are
Tough
now going to
decision.
move to C, easements.
Chair Taylor, trustees, Mr. Stoffer is here to share about some easements that were brought forth to the district from the city and talking around some easements around some school properties.
Trustee Taylor, Board of Trustees, now comes the exciting part of this agenda.
Yay.
The next 4 items are going to be riveting. First,
I'm very sorry. Do you mind if we take just a 5-minute recess? Let me check on my kids.
That's totally fine. We're going to go
Sorry.
ahead and take a 5-minute recess.
Man, I forget it.
Hey, 9:27, guys. All right, health break over. We are back in session and go.
All right, Chair Taylor, trustees, again, thank you for taking the time to go through these next few items. The item in front of you is from the city of Nampa. We brought this up a few months ago and repeated it, I think, last week in our informational meeting. The city has approached the district to improve the fire flow system at Sherman Elementary. In order to do that, they would like to put in a 6-inch water pipe that they would need to come into our property in order to install that. So they're asking for a temporary easement for that construction. And then ultimately, to be able to maintain that line, there will be another permanent easement that they'll be bringing back. But this is for the temporary easement so that they can do the construction and improve the fire flow systems that we have at Sherman.
Why don't they just do it all at once?
Partly because it will change how much they're working on with the construction. It's a wider area.
Okay.
When they get down to it, they don't need as big of an area for the easement.
All right.
Okay. Trustees, any questions for Mr. Stoffer, or I will entertain a motion?
This is a direct benefit to the school itself.
100%. It's a direct benefit.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve City of Nampa's temporary easement request for the fire flow project at Sherman.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great, motion passes unanimously. I'm now going to move to D, technology RFP approval, UPS battery replacement. Dr. Russell?
Chair Taylor, trustees, Mr. Stark is here to share a little around some of our technology RFPs.
Trustee Taylor, Board of Trustees, yet another request for an action item regarding some of our systems that we have in place. These batteries are particular to our backup systems that maintain our data structures if power goes down. And so this maintains our ability to function and maintain our data in the case of emergencies. Those are expired and have to be updated every 5 years. This is part of that package. This is going to be, it was bid through E-rate, which is again money that we have is specifically for these purposes. So again, our request is that the board consider the bid package and award the bid as we have outlined in the memo.
Trustees, any questions for Mr. Stoffer here? Okay, then I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Okay,
I'm truncating it.
can we do that? Does it need to be read aloud? Okay, motion has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
That's way easy.
You can get that easy, all right?
It's a
Next.
I'm going to move now to E, technology RFP approval, East Valley Middle School NSD district offices. Dr. Russell?
Sorry, Dr. Russell, on that note, Trustee Jennings, it's only if everyone knows specifically what we're talking about. So on these little ones like this, that's why I did it. So.
And when you have
So,
For motion to approve the agenda
Yeah.
later this evening.
Chair Taylor, trustees, again, another action item around an RFP for technology, and Mr. Stark will share about this East Valley one.
Trustee Taylor, Board of Trustees, yet again, we are here to discuss a little bit about an RFP that is for the upgrading of our infrastructure for our technology. Specifically, this was for East Valley and the district office. Our current cabling network for both of those buildings is over 20 years old. It's time for us to upgrade that and get it back into a more modern system with our Cat 6 cabling. Again, the RFP in front of you went through the process. We would recommend that the board consider the RFP and award the RFP as outlined in the memo.
quick question, Chair Taylor. Cat 6 for East Valley and district office. Any other facilities needing to go to Cat 6?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, we definitely are going to have a rolling, but as how our funding is considering, this is what we're doing in the packages, starting with the oldest to move
This is the priority right now.
This is the
Okay.
priority right now.
Is that what you were gonna-
This will come in, we'll have more of these in other years as well.
Understood.
We have plans for next year. We don't want too many projects going on at the same time. So we take the oldest ones to keep things moving.
Right on.
Don't you want to come talk to us? No? Any more words and you got to come to the podium. Yeah.
Chair Taylor, one quick question.
Please. For Mr. Krebs or Mr. Stoffer?
Either one.
Okay.
So you've made this comment several months ago. I know a little bit about E-rate. There is a point where we are going to move to a different model with USAC, because right now we're getting 80% reimbursement because of all the houses we're lifting out of that, and it may go to 50-50. Any idea when we're going to hit that threshold?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Sue, not yet. Definitely heard some rumors. Unless I'll look over here at Director.
We're actually going to be reevaluating that for next year with our E-rate consultant, basically looking at our green reviews to figure out what that number is going to be. So we could know as early as next year. So.
And the reason I bring that up is because we end up having to pay more out of pocket. Right now, we're only paying 20%. Next year it could be 50%. So.
And we have one more year left on this 5-year bucket at 80%. So we'll have to reevaluate for the next 5 years.
Good job trying to stump him on that question. You almost got him.
It's because you had Cody here.
Yeah.
Cody's
Oh, no.
Cody's the smoking
We
gun.
got it.
Okay, trustees, any additional questions, or can we entertain a motion here?
So moved.
Okay, motion has been made and second. Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, our last action item is F. And before we do this, Clerk Lamont, point of clarification. If there was nothing, say, in the information and report items, is it acceptable for us to motion to move that portion of the agenda?
I'm sorry.
If there's nothing, if we ask the question, if there's nothing pertinent for tonight's meeting, can we move the information items and reports to the next meeting?
Oh, absolutely. Sorry. That
Yeah.
is, yes.
For the sake of time?
We can do anything.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I just didn't know if our new trustees knew that, since I can't make motions.
Oh, yeah.
I see where you're headed.
Okay, good.
I see where you're headed,
Okay,
Chair.
sorry. F. Dr. Russell?
Chair Taylor, trustees, the last action item of the night has to do with a technology RFP approval again for about an internet firewall, and Mr. Stoffer will share some information on it.
Again, thank you, Dr. Russell. And for the last time in action items for me today, we have before you an internet firewall. We have a 3-year agreement that we have been working off of. That is coming to a close. We need to update and modify that RFP. We actually believe that we will have something that will be much better for us and for the district in this current RFP. Again, this will be used between E-rate and between the state EORC funding. Again, no cost for the district. That's the key piece to this, is that it will be reimbursed from both of those entities, so there'll be no cost to the district. And we do believe that the services will be better and it will be more appropriate for our platform. So with that, again, we encourage the board to consider the RFP that we have put forward in the memo and approve it as it is stated.
Yeah, Chair Taylor, if there's no questions, I'll make a motion to approve this.
Sorry, trustees.
Second.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
I think we should have Cody bring all of the recommended motions from now on to the.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Russell, are there any critical updates in tonight's reports?
Chair Taylor, trustees, not many, could go through those fairly quickly if you,
Yours is critical?
Mine's quick.
Quick or critical? Quick.
Good answer.
all of them could be quick.
All of them can be quick. Okay.
So let me just share for the first item around busing and transportation. The district is in discussions with our bus company, looking at a contract, and right now the contract came with a 24% increase. I mentioned 27, I was actually wrong, it was 24. But that is above the district right now, what finances it has. So the district's working with the bus company and trying to figure out ways that we can bring that within budget and still provide our services that we need for our students. And we'll update the board as we continue down these discussions. Any questions that I can answer?
Any questions at this time around busing, trustees?
No.
Okay. Other than the shocking increase, that's hard to stomach. Okay, just throwing that out there for the record. Okay, B, faculties update? Facilities?
Chair Taylor, trustees want to update you with some of the, just real quickly, some of the
Faculties?
It's faculty.
Does it say faculties?
I saw
Okay.
that. I saw that.
Okay, faculty, thank you, sorry.
It's getting late.
It's in late, faculty updates?
with some facility updates, just briefly, Mr.
Oh.
We can share where we are with that.
Trustee Taylor, Board of Trustees, I tried to be brief with this. I mentioned earlier that one of the big items that we wanted to bring before you is the remodeling of Snake River. We still are in the process of doing that. We're working with the city on permitting. there are different permits that are going to be needed for the facility use with our students that are going to be there. So we're updating that and we're working through that, but that will be delayed. We have worked with our staff and with the administration at the Gateways program to let them know that they will be starting the year in their current home, but we'll be making some transitions, most likely around that Thanksgiving break. And then also just more of an update, our turf fields have begun with the track remodels as well. We have a website that we have that's linked with our levy to give you an update on that progress. So that is being updated every Thursday. Right now we are, they have broken ground at Skyview. If you've not been out there, there's lots of dirt that's been moved. They've just finished putting in the, oh man, it's getting late now. I'm thinking, I got to remember what I'm thinking.
Put it in the padding.
Not the
and
padding yet,
Drains.
the drains, thank you. They've just finished putting in our drainage system at Skyview. We will be breaking ground at Nampa High on the 29th of April. So those things are all in a packet for you to look at. It's on our website, so it'll be updated, like I said, every Thursday. They're updating it from the construction side of things. And so you'll be able to follow that progress consistently. But that is on our levy page, and we do have that up for the community to see.
Courtney, are these going to be done? I mean, it's not finish this one first, then this one, then this one. They're going to be going at the same time. How does this affect track and field right now?
Trustee, Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, the component with Skyview right now has been working off of an alternative site. They've been bounced out right now because we are replacing that entire track as well. So Skyview is currently working off-site and working with, I believe, NNU and South. They're working in a combination of those two places. Nampa High will be also impacted, and they will be moving, I think, to West is where they have worked with their track team as well. The one that will have the most or the least impact will be Columbia because of the time. We will be into the finals of either district or state, and I can't remember off the top of the cuff right now, but when theirs is on the 22nd of May is when the expected breaking ground date is. That's that second to last week of school. So they have made all those accommodations and working through them. We will not be working on the tennis courts until after the season is over. We have more time to deal with those as they're not inside the field sites. And to answer your other question is that we are staggering. When excavation finishes at one, they're moving to the next.
So it's the same contractor?
Same contractor for all of them. So they'll just be moving from site to site, and then it'll be working right behind them. There are some nuances for each of the field because the tracks, because there's some different things that will be happening to each one of the tracks.
Yeah, that's pretty efficient. I like it.
That transfer over to Snake River, so you're going to do that during Thanksgiving break. Is that an employee thing, or do they get that time off, or do we have desks and everything at that site already?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Jennings, there are currently things for the school to move into. Part of that is we'll be working through that. I'm using that as a timeline right now. It could be at another date. We will be working through those nuances once I actually learn of the completion dates. But again, there'll be some things that we need to work through. They are off contract days for our staff, but they're not for the operations team.
Okay. Nothing?
Why do you look at me first?
Honestly, because you're familiar. Okay, and C, enrollment average daily attendance, and I assume that rolls right into D. Dr. Russell?
Chair
Dewey?
Taylor, trustees, before you on item C is enrollment and average daily report. If you have any questions on that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, we can move to the finance and treasury report with Mr. Dewey.
Do you want to pull up my thing there, buddy? I'll go super fast because finances aren't that big a deal in this in there.
Just, in general, trustees, where we are with finances is still getting some clarification on budgets from the state with the legislation just closing so quickly. We do have, waiting on some numbers to come through, and Mr. Dewey will share about that. Are looking at right now, making a projection around our units for next year. We do anticipate having a drop in students still. And we'll cover that in the numbers as well.
All right. Well, I'll go make it super fast. If you go to the next slide, please. So I'm not going to talk about this year. Things are good this year. We don't have any other issues that we've already talked about. The legislature did approve a one-time supplemental of $105 million to be split amongst us. We don't have a final number yet. I think it's around 4, but we're not 100% sure, 4 million. But until they give us that number, we're not sure what that is. We're hoping for the new funding formula. It didn't even make it to the floor. So it was a really big loss for us. We thought with the new funding formula, we were going to get an extra $5 million of year extra. And that was what we were really kind of counting on with some of these changes to do that would making this blow a little easier for us. Unfortunately, we need to wait another year for that. So it's basically status quo. With what we're doing, nothing changed in laws at all for us. And so the biggest issue we have there is this year's unit count was based on a protected unit count. I remember I talked about that at length before. And we are at 623 units this year. But if we went straight ADA and didn't get protection, we would actually have been 607 units. The difference, remember last year under enrollment, we were 667. So that's a huge decline in budget. And so, yeah, so it's made for an interesting year and trying to get off all the stuff that we had on ESSER that we no longer have. It's been fun. And you guys have been involved in those decisions as well. So it's probably one of the toughest years I've been here to try to make this work. So it's tough.
You know, they rent, sorry.
Yeah, you're okay.
Mr. Dewey. I think here the community needs to hear though that it worked, right? Like I think here that at some point we need to say next year's revenue is the same revenue that we deal with, right? But I think our community at some point needs to hear that this year we mitigated that step off ESSER. We made changes to right size our budget. And even in the face of whatever the state does or doesn't take, we're solid. I just feel like the community does need to hear that.
And
I need to hear that.
Yes,
Taylor needs to hear you say that.
we because we got early access and we knew what we were doing going into this, it wasn't secret. We didn't have to go in like there are some other districts already in the news that are like, oh my God, we got a $7 million, $6 million. And they're calling us now some of the stuff we did back 10 years ago when we had that same issue.
Yep.
So everything we've done is put us in the right level. Now, I was hoping to get the extra money that made it a little smoother, made it a little easier. The extra money from this one-time supplemental will help us, but that'll get us through a couple of those years where we are trying to, when we're closing schools and we don't have all the people that have left and we're not trying to riff. So we know some of those people are going to be extra on those lists. But I feel confident that where we are, we're going to be in a good spot. And if they ever do anything to truly get us our money from the state that we deserve, that they voted on and everybody there, we're going to be in a much better spot and be ready to go.
It's just nothing but nice surprises.
Yes. Yeah. So we're working through the pain.
Every time you talk to Noah, I want you to say things like, I surprisingly found $10 million to put into our budget.
If I did that, then it'd be a much different story. And that's way off the other way. But yes, we're doing good. We're ready. I'm still working on it. Still make it hard because there's a lot of different nuances of going down all the teachers we had and going down in all the different areas. It's quite a bit of change, but we're getting there. And we've been working with a lot of people, and it's actually been easier than I had anticipated to work through these issues. So,
well, I need to echo Chair Taylor's comments because the staff under the leadership of Dr. Russell, we're not in a position to start mitigating some of these financial cliffs. This would be a much different conversation.
Yeah, we would have been much different. A lot of the conversations we had, it would have been much more knee jerk and that kind of stuff. I don't think we would have the community support as much as we have.
Not once have I felt that any of the decisions were knee jerk.
Yeah.
They were all very calculated, thought out, well researched, and so much appreciated.
Yeah. Well, I attest to upper, superintendent and everybody for listening to me as well. So that kind of helped to be able to raise the alarms and say, guys, we got a big issue or we need to make sure we're in. So I appreciate that. When you go to the next one. So a continuation of what's really in there. Again, it's similar to this year. We had a small career ladder increase. It's really minimal. It's a couple $1,000s per ledge. And then we go through and try to work that through the union negotiations. The 3% increase for administration classified, it's not the same as our salary schedule. It's based on their low base. It's kind of a weird calculation, but it does give us a little bit of money for increases, potentially a year step is kind of what I'm anticipating. We did get a pretty good unit operational increase. but when we're down to 600, when you times 600 times 3.9, it's like $1 million. But then we also lost $1,704 for our health insurance. Now, again, that's based on our state health insurance that we're on. So we had a decrease in cost as well. It's not one for one, but it's pretty dang close. So that helped us as well. Unlike some of the other districts that aren't on our state plan, they had an increase still, and then the state just took money. So, and in most other funding departments where we're going to get hit is just because of anticipated ADA reductions and that kind of stuff. We do the area that I think might help us, honestly, with you guys improving the 4-day. I think we actually are going to see a little bit of increase, hopefully. My hope is that we have an increase of students that want to come to a 4-day school week, and we're going to be able to do something later on for us. But we'll know that more when August
Valley
comes
View
around.
parents are all on board. That's all I hear from is Valley View parents. We would come. You don't live here.
Well, and we're seeing it. So we're seeing in some of our open enrollment applications. So that's a good sign, and that'll help save some additional teachers and that if we can get there. So when I'll believe it when I see the belly buttons, if that makes sense. So we never know who's going to leave because they're upset about it as well.
Whites of the right.
Whites of the right. Yeah. Yeah, true. That is a terrible way to put it in a school setting.
Babies, belly.
Yeah.
And belly buttons.
Yeah. All right. I
Hopefully
take that
got
back.
that.
Whites of their eyes. One white. If I take two, then it's worse. Go ahead and go to the next one, please. So our anticipated expenses, as we know, teacher contract negotiations, we'll start that heavily in the next couple weeks, and then we'll start getting into the actual negotiation for that. We always have our little software increases. You guys have talked about the busing contract. We do not have $2 million to increase our busing contract, so that is one thing that we're working on. As ABM, Mr. Stoffer has worked great to try to reduce and try to get that contract in line with what we needed. I think we'll get there. And then, like I said, there might be a few things with some of the things we have to do to help nutrition services if we need to with the 4-day. We're not sure yet. So a couple of those we're working through. And most of our other stuff is going to be cost neutral on that. So I'm not really worried about that because it's the same cost. It's just how many hours are people working. So so that's where we are at that. And I think that's and we got one more. And the facilities funding, superintendent talked about this already. The unfortunate part about this is they have taken away the lottery to put into this fund. But the side is we don't know when funds are going to arrive now, because normally some of those, we get like $1 million at the beginning of the year to start using for projects throughout the year. They're not sure when they're going to give us any money for this first little bit, because it's going to take them a while to sell the bonds. And it's also going to take a while to get some money in our pockets.
And when you said that, the bonds are the state bonded, right?
Yeah.
That's where those.
So there's $1 billion in stuff that they're putting aside and everything. And then there's $1 billion in state bonds that they're doing. The bond guy that usually helps us, Eric, and those guys are the ones working on it. And they think that it'll take them until maybe March just to get the bonds sold. Yeah. So that means a huge chunk of our money might not be there right away. And my hope was we were going to put it in an account and gain interest. And in that interest at the rate we're getting right now would get us about $1.8 million a year, which would be helpful. But now I don't think we're going to get that just yet.
But Mr. Dewey, can you put that money in an account and gain interest? Was
Yeah.
that one of the changes in the rider?
Yeah, it's amazing. They actually penalize you in the law. They actually penalize you if you took it in monthly, yearly installments. It makes no sense why we wouldn't pull it all down, put it in an account, no arbitrage concerns or anything, because it's not our debt. Yeah. So if we're getting 5% on that at $46 million, you can do the math. So about $1.8 million per year would help us in the yearly projects.
Which
That's
is so nice,
assuming
'cause
we're
it
not
would
using any of it for
would be
big
more
projects.
than lottery funds. We can save it, and then we get to use the
Makes
46
perfect
million.
sense.
It's so brilliant.
I'm glad they changed that in that rider bill and passed it. So
Well, and I love that they're
was
giving us the
ridiculous.
opportunity to make that interest, because that would be a wealth revenue stream.
And trustees, just to add too, remember it's got to last till 2034.
Yeah,
it's a 10-year
at least
thing.
at least
So
13 million of it
increases-
to be consistent
What
with
is it
where we
gonna
are.
cost in 2034? We don't know.
But you can take the lump, or you can take it in annualized payments. Correct?
If you take
You
it in
can.
annualized payments, then you're subject to House Bill 292, which is last year, which then you have to reduce taxes by that same
and
money.
you're not going to get as much interest on.
Correct.
Correct.
It would make no sense.
No, it's
You're also
perfect.
Subject to House bill, I changed my mind, you're not getting the money.
That's the other concern we have.
That's
And
next
there
year.
is some of that too. the frustration thing about this is it was supposed to be used to help us maybe get a bond and have a big chunk to go towards the bonds, but then they also made additional stuff on the side that says you can't use this knowledge and tell your patrons that you're getting this money to get a bond. So you're
Take the
getting
money
it,
and
but
run.
you can't guarantee it, so you can't tell your patrons are getting it, so you can't put it on the bond. So it's really kind of a frustrating thing. But in the end, we're getting $46 million, hopefully, as soon as we see the final number. So I can't complain too much, but it's not enough to do what we really need to do for
But I'm
reality.
really not complaining at all because it changes my little 1.3 to a 1.8 for a while.
Well, yes and no, because I'm not going to get the 46 million right up front. So I'm going to get a
Oh.
small amount. And so now I'm going to get like 43 million
Oh.
times 5% going forward. So we'll figure it out. But either way, it's still where we're at.
Got it.
Yep. If you go to the next one, just a quick understanding of where we are in the budgets. I'm working with the clerk and we're trying to figure out dates accordingly. The idea right now is to, on a regular June meeting, is when we're going to actually do the budget adoption. But then before that, we have to have no more than 14 days before that is we have to have a hearing. 14 days before that hearing is roughly around the time when you guys are all doing graduations and all that fun stuff. So it kind of creates a backlog of things that we're doing. But remember, it can be no more than 14 days. There have been years that we've actually done the hearing and the adoption in the same year, or you can do it 2 days ahead. I mean, it's really up to you guys. So we're going to have you guys work around that and decide where you are, and then I'll be ready for it.
And the board the last few years has done it on the regular meeting. It has been advertised that was when the budget hearing is, when we posted our annual schedule, but we can fix that, and I'll be reaching out to you to see if that works. For that meeting, or to change the date to meet the
Requirements.
Yeah.
I have no doubt. you guys will figure it
As
out.
much time as you can give me, the best. But reality of the situation, I just need it done before July 1.
Got it.
I mean, that's the reality of it. And so sometimes if we are done or not done with negotiations, you have to come back in the end of June anyway. So we've had situations where we've actually set up an actual hearing at the end of June. So if we needed to do our contracts we'd do the same thing then. And I would just do the hearing as part of the regular board meeting, would just be the hearing. And then we'd have a special meeting, just do the adoption, which is really a 2-second process for you guys. It's just a matter of coming back in and doing it. But it's important to me because we have to do it by law. That's it.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Dewey. Dr. Russell, superintendent report.
Trustees, just a real quick superintendent's report. HR, we have completed phase 1 of finding homes for our displaced staff. Our primary goal in phase 1 was to ensure that all of our certified teachers had positions. We were able to do that in our elementary school. We were also able to place a couple of our category 1s and 2 teachers. We were able to place all of our continuing contract teachers in middle schools as well. Because we had to place those, there are a few Cat 1s and Cat 2s that did get displaced, and we haven't had an opportunity to be able to place some of those yet. Because we said this process would be done through attrition, which needs to have the whole process needs to play out. We're only in phase 1. I know there was some concerns from some of our staff that some folks may not have a position, but this is just phase 1. So phase 2 and phase 3 need to go, particularly when the hiring season gets going here in another 3 to 4 weeks. As folks leave, we'll have spots for people. I think it's also important to understand for the board that there are times now where just natural fits don't work between the district and employees. And this is the time of year when we let them know. That is part of our normal process. And we do have category 1 and 2 teachers every year that don't have spots. So that is somewhat normal as well. But I feel like we're in a good spot considering where we were. Some of the strategies that we did to help our folks let us know early did open up spots that allow us to make some of those placements. So again, phase 1 is done, starting phase 2, and then we got phase 3 to move into. And we still believe by the time attrition is done, we'll have a spot for the folks that we need to. School handbooks, we do need to have those approved by the board. For our new trustees, our school handbooks are broken into 2 sections. We have a district section and a school-specific section. What we're thinking about doing this year is 2 things. One is bringing the district section to the board in May, and we will have a sheet that will have all the changes for you to read through. And then all of our school-specific changes we would bring in June. Rather than lumping them all together, it's an incredible amount of reading. So we thought it would be easier to break them up in 2. Again, happy to take advice if you have different ideas by that, but we do want to make sure that all of the changes that we do have are easier for you to see. In the past, they were in there and you had to read through the red lines, and it led to some questions and some things like that. So I think that's our attempt this year, to try to be a little more organized in doing that, but happy to take any feedback.
Okay.
And just to be clear, the district section is the same throughout all of the handbooks.
Correct.
Yes. Okay.
For elementary and then secondary.
Okay.
Here's my feedback. Where'd Gwen go?
Finally just left.
Forget the feedback. That was what it was going to be. Shout out to your HR department, because I know that's a Herculean effort with the staffing and moving all of those folks around and finding a place to land and all that. So
last update.
Tell her when you.
Like, we will relay the message to Trustee Taylor or Trustee Kirkman. Last update, Trustee Taylor, trustees, is just around West and Snake River. We've discussed that earlier. If you have any other questions, happy to answer that, but I think we've covered those.
Possible agenda items, anything, trustees?
I would like to discuss the possibility of, because we've made so many seismic shifts this school year, that we go ahead and synchronize West with everyone else and I allow them to adjourn on the 24th.
What?
School day?
Synchronize everyone else with West.
Oh, synchronize everybody else
like, we
with
just
West.
did
I was
West.
like, wait, we just did that.
Yeah.
Synchronize, okay. Okay.
And when we do have that discussion, I'm curious about what that does to the academy and union graduations.
Okay, Dr. Russell, is that enough directive for you?
Yes, we're happy to bring some information around trying to get the calendars and schedules, allow us to do some work and talk with some folks. I know it sounded like there was a request for possible special meeting as soon as some of those bids come through. I know Clerk Lamont's going to work hard to try to make that happen, and not. We'll just work together for our clerk and our chair and try to find a time
to do that.
To go through that.
So trustees, I just have two things. The first one is I've instructed our clerk and our superintendent to bring both a policy and a procedure around stipends, but primarily just because it's come up twice, but I'm starting to feel like some of these things that feel kind of hoodwinky, if you will. You know what I mean? But I get what you're saying when you say that maybe we just bring up more policy and procedure.
We've got it.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt because I would agree. It just feels like it comes out of left field. So they should have that for you. My assumption would be by next meeting. And then the other thing is that based on the changes that we've made tonight, I want to see I want to see our partners quite a few times next year at the board meeting. So whether that be Boys and Girls Club, YMCA, but I want updates. Just in talking to Melissa right now, just around some of those general concerns, I just want to make sure it's not off of our radar.
Yeah.
So I don't know how often that needs to be, but I want updates from our affiliate programs, probably at least every other month.
Yeah, I agree. And on that note, just more of a public meeting type of an issue. I think we need to be very careful that when we go on breaks as trustees, that we don't engage the public that are here to listen to us, because we don't know what those conversations are. Are they, because we're talking about these things in an open and public meeting. So we just need to be careful that's why this door is here, that we can go out this way and then we're not engaging with the public. And that's just more of a public open meeting law type of a situation. So, and I bring that up because we ran into that issue on planning and zoning too, that we were.
Perfect. Okay.
Thank you.
Good. Anything else to bring up, trustees?
I'm interested in seeing how much we can actually shrink those days.
Ditto. The time.
For school.
For school.
I think there's going to be a lot of details and logistics to start working through. And
Yeah.
I'm anxious, not anxious. I'm excited to see what those look like and how they come to fruition.
I would agree. Okay. Anything else? All right. With that, I'll entertain a motion to move us into executive session.
I move that we move into executive session per Idaho Code 742061 B, D, and J. B, to consider the evaluation, dismissal, or discipline of, or to hear complaints or charges brought against a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent, or public school student. D, to consider records that are exempt from disclosure as provided in Chapter 1, Title 74 of Idaho Code. Or J, to consider labor contract matters authorized under Section 74-201, 206, 1A and B of Idaho Code.
Okay. Motion has been made and seconded. Roll call vote.
Trustee Taylor?
Aye.
Trustee Kirkman?
Aye.
Aye.
Trustee Benz,
Aye.
and trustee Finney.
Aye.
So for the public watching, we're going into executive session. We have no action when we come out tonight of executive session, correct? So our feed will be cut. Is that how we normally do it? So we won't go back to live feed. Okay?
Thank you.